Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Hej allihopa och välkomna till det digitala eventet för SM i naturfotografi och SM i fotografi. Vi som kommer att hänga med er här idag och imorgon är Karina, Therese, Johan och Jenny. Och vi kommer att guida er igenom allting som kommer att hända här. I år är vi extra glada att vi faktiskt står här i ett år som för SM-gruppen har betytt väldigt mycket om att anpassa oss efter svängningar och förutsättningar som vi inte har kunnat rått på. Men vi är ändå glada att vi har en tävling igång som vi faktiskt kan köra. Och att vi också har kunnat lösa det så att även om ni inte kan vara med oss här och umgås och ha trevligt som vi brukar, så kan ni ändå få se allting som ni skulle ha fått sett om vi hade sett som vanligt. Så att det är väl det egentligen som vi är bara glada att vi är igång helt enkelt. Vi har ju fått gjort lite anpassningar av tävlingen för att det överhuvudtaget skulle gå att köra. Och en sån är att vi kommer ha jury på plats här, men vi kommer också att ha en jurymedlem uppkopplad på länk. Och det är för att vi ska få den kompetensen som vi hade lovat er i bedömningen av alla kategorier helt enkelt. SM-gruppens arbete handlar ju väldigt mycket varje år om att utvärdera tävlingen, titta på vad som var bra och vad som kanske kunde gå och att göra lite bättre. Och så gjorde vi även efter förra årets tävling. Och 2 stycken stora förändringar har vi gjort till i år. Den första är att vi tillsammans med Anders Skeide som är vår naturfotokompis i SM-gruppen, gjorde om hela naturdelen av tävlingen och bröt loss den till att bli SM i naturfoto. Så SM i naturfoto har i år fått helt egna regler och en helt egen tävling som är anpassad efter vad naturfotografer är, hur de är vana att tävla helt enkelt. Och det här har tagits emot jättebra. Vi är superglada för alla hejarop och vi ser också på antalet bidrag att det har varit välkommet helt enkelt. En annan stor förändring är att vi har delat upp den digitala delen av tävlingen och printfinalen som det är nu till att bli 2 separata tävlingar. Det här är framförallt för att den jureringen som ni ska få titta på idag ska kunna ske på ett bättre sätt. Där domarna ska kunna bedöma printarna utan att vara begränsade till att sätta ett visst antal poäng. Men det här är också jättebra för er. För det här gör att ni faktiskt kan få 2 diplom för era bilder. En för de poängen ni fick i den digitala tävlingen och en för den som den får i printfinalen idag. Karina?
Lite kort då om hur programmet ser ut här för de här dagarna. Idag kommer hela dagen bestå av live-jurering från domarna här. Imorgon lördag kör domarna sina föreläsningar och bildkritik. Klockan 17 imorgon så är det prisutdelning i SM i natur. Och klockan 19 är det prisutdelning i SM i fotografi. Och sen lite kort om den här fina SM-boken som är 3:e året som vi kör. Som ni såklart kommer vilja beställa. För er som har skickat in printar och samtidigt skickat en retursedel så kostar boken 200 kronor. För er som vill beställa boken men inte har skickat retursedel så kostar den 300 kronor och då ingår pack och frakt. Så det är såklart att ni ska beställa den.
Och all information om när det gäller boken, den hittar man på SM i fotografi.
På hemsidan.
Ja.
Yeah.
Imorgon lördag så kommer domarna att hålla föredrag och ni som inte har ännu köpt biljett till detta kan fortfarande göra detta. Och i beskrivning till det hittar ni här under det just ni tittar på inför där nere. Där finns också schema på hur upplägget och tider och vad som gäller. Och så tänkte jag att jag skulle ta och presentera våra domare som är med oss här och bedömer finalen. Vi har vår huvuddomare Jörgen Brandt från Danmark. Vi har Trine Bjervig från Norge. Vi har Tobias Fischer från Sverige. Jenny Peron också från Sverige. Miriam Skeide från Norge. Martina Wernfeldt från Sverige. Och med på länk från England, Scott Johnson.
Ja, och jag ska bara passa på att tacka alla våra fina sponsorer som vi har med oss i år, som gör det möjligt att ge fina priser till alla pristagare. Huvudsponsorer för hela eventet är Nikon och Epson. Och sen har vi kategorisponsorer som vi kommer att berätta lite mer om också inför varje kategori, som är Canson Infinity, Play to Learn, John Hellström Print, Linda Lunda Art, Capture One, Göcker, iPhone, Studio P och Lundeby. Och naturklassernas kategorisponsorer kan vi inte heller glömma, även om de inte bedöms i print, så har vi kategorisponsorer där också, som är Sony, Focus Nordic, Olympus, Hegetorns, Zoom Fotoresor och Marie de Verrier.
Ja, och sist men inte minst så skulle vi också jättemycket vilja tacka de som gör det möjligt för oss att nå ut till alla er där hemma i soffan, så att ni kan vara med oss på allting som vi gör här. Och det är Peter och John på Studio P som inte bara upplåter sin studio åt oss för att hänga i och göra det här eventet, utan också som ser till så att ni hör och ser allting som händer här. Så stort tack. Och då är det väl bara att säga, då kör vi!
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio P Film och Foto, som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiop.se för mer info.
Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome to the live judging. I'm first going to tell you a little about how the judging will take place, and then we start with the different categories. We're using 5 judges for all the categories. Sometimes there's 5 judges present here, and one of them at some of the categories will be online. The scoring will be on the so-called 100 scale, and the lowest score a judge can give is 65. Should the case be that the judge knows the picture, has mentored the photographer doing the picture or so, that judge will excuse him or herself from judging the picture, and we will have an alternate judge step in. Should more judges excuse themselves, we will never go below 3 judges. All judges can challenge and thereby request a debate of the picture. And there's 3 ways challenge can come. First is called auto-challenge, which means that one or more judges scores 10 points or more away from the average of all judges. Then, if a judge, for whatever reason, thinks it's necessary for us to talk about the picture, they will make a challenge and we will talk. And thirdly, if I think we need a talk, I will ask for a talk and I will tell which judge to start. Challenges go like this, that the challenging judge, or the first judge speaking, of course gets the first word, then everybody else gets a chance to speak once, and the challenging judge gets a chance to finish and sum up. After that, we do a rescore, and that score stands. Technically, When there's a judge excusing themselves, we need a score entered in the system for that judge to get the average. So we will manually calculate the average of the other judges actually scoring and inform the judge excusing him herself which score to enter, so that it doesn't change the average in the end. First, we're going to talk about classic portraiture. And a classic portraiture from the rules is a portrait of classic nature where lighting, posing, and emphasis of the subject's personality and character is the key. The photo should contain one or more living creatures, so it says in the rules. In the rules it also says that you can use Photoshop any way you like in everything but documentary. We'll speak about limitations in documentary later, but in this category, emphasis is on the subject's personality and character. So any kind of Photoshop used here should be helping to emphasize these things in the person or persons. I will ask the judges to score.
To log in first.
Log in if you're not logged in.
Yeah.
You should be.
Okay, who's not logged in then?
Martina?
Refresh.
Okay.
Everybody is ready, and the first picture we are going to judge is called Ayla. I should say here in the quiet period, judges are walking up to actually look at the picture. They're not allowed to touch. They are not wearing gloves, so if touch is needed, we have people to do that for us. And in this category, we have an online judge, so if he has questions for the print, he can, of course, ask the judges to study it for him. He's at home looking at a good resolution on his own screen. I need one more score. This picture gets 79.8. Before we take the next picture, I should say that pictures can have titles. We have instructed the judges, since there's English-speaking judges and not only Swedish-speaking judges, maybe it's a good idea to use an English title. A title is to help a picture or contradict a picture, but it's not required. So no title is not an error. Next picture is surface.
Did you get a score for Tobias? Did you get a score for Tobias on the previous? You must have seen something on your, I think I saw it. But I don't remember what it was.
Still need one score. And this picture gets 78.2.
Like, there's something wrong. Tobias. ser det inte. Could you click ask score, Jörgen?
Done. Then all judges, you need to enter the score again.
Is it working now?
Yes. So 78.2 for this picture. I actually think we should talk about this one. Anyone wants to start? Jenny, you get the pleasure.
Yeah, I can see it's the photographer have a meaning like this. Look, she's laying on a desk or something. I think it's very creative, but I think also the composition. I want to go closer to her because I feel the things around her some distraction. So I want to go closer because I see it's a really nice idea to think the water is like a desk, and its lighting is very nice as well.
Martina?
Yeah, I would have to agree with Jenny that the idea is quite nice and interesting. There are disturbing objects. We have the tree, the shadows of the tree or something similar in the down corner that is distracting me from looking at the object. And also the hand that comes to the front is quite bright, and therefore it's not really up in the higher scores.
I like this picture mainly because of the light. The hand, her left hand, also bothers me because it takes attention away from her face, which I find bothersome. And also the composition of the picture doesn't make me want to look in her face, which I think is what you want when you take a portrait. So there are a few distracting things in this picture that leads me away from what I should be looking at. So
I agree with what the other judges are saying. The left hand kind of leads me out of the picture, and I want to go back, and then I can see those. I suppose it's the reflection of the photographer. I might think it looks like a person, and the fact that she's got a white shirt. I wish that would have been darker so it wouldn't be a contrast to her skin. So beautiful picture, and I like the idea, but it lacks a lot of things to get it in the higher degree.
Scott?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow judges. All the comments I'd picked up on myself. The biggest thing for me was you have a beautiful warm tone on her face, but yet as the tone gets cooler as it comes away from her face down towards her arms and her fingers. And I think if the author had just maybe used a brush just to lift the temperature a little bit and darken the top down, then I would have been scoring higher.
Thank you. And do you want to?
No, I agree with that.
Okay. Then you all rescore. Kindly. Martina, I need you.
There's no way I can't get to refresh again. Sorry.
There you are.
Again?
I asked for score.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody, you need to enter your score. Two missing. Jenny, Miriam.
Oh, sorry.
78. Next is the Queen.
Can someone just make sure for me that there is details in the hair, please?
Yes, I think I see details.
Not right into the hair.
Right, there's a little loss right next to her forehead, which could be quite. And it's also like on a matte paper, so I guess that will contribute to the loss. But it's a very small area that's losing the detail, so mostly all of her hair has detail.
Perfect, thank you.
And 2 judges missing.
Yep.
Thank you. This scores 80.4.
Vinner du med Marie?
Lena and Lena. Two scores missing. Gets 76.6. The javelin thrower. Three more scores, please. Jenny? Thank you. 77.8.
Can I make a comment on that one?
Yes?
Yes. What ruined it for me here, it was the print. Because the picture is, I love the picture and I love the composition and the lighting. So sadly, the print is what ruined it here.
Do you want to do it as a challenge and hear everybody else?
No, it was more like a comment to the photographer, yeah.
Yeah, but this part being a print competition, printing is way essential. And it's a good idea to examine the print in a lighting situation similar to what you see we're doing here, because that's how it's going to be judged. Just a general comment. Next picture is You Don't Own Me. Three more scores, 2 more scores. Gets 79.2. Coming up is Sisters. Image gets 79.4. And I think we're in for a new discussion. And Miriam, you get the honor.
I think it's a beautiful classic portrait of two sisters. The background is calm, and also those branches coming up leads my eye towards the girls. Their hands and their head kind of like shaped like a heart. So I think it's a beautiful classic portrait, but the colors, the choice of colors on the girls kind of destroys it for me. It cuts off the balance of the composition. But other than that, I think it's, I gave it an 83, and I think that's, it deserves. Yes.
Yeah, in the first I like the picture, but then I see it's so much disturbing when I see the trees around, and because they are so centered, I think it's too much space around. And the clothes they have is disturbing my eyes too, because it's a calm, nice picture of the sisters. It could be so much better if it's had composed in the other way. And more than the heart thing, I like them to hold each other and the warm face they have. So it can be higher if they have little more details, so if they're closer.
I'm sort of at the low end here. I think I have to rethink my scores a little bit. I scored this a 78, and it was for a few things that you guys mentioned already about the clothing taking my attention away, because I do like the muted colors, and it would have gone way up for me if the clothing's colors have been more complementary to the background. That way I would have been drawn to the faces. I do love the sort of play with the heart kind of form, but the hands are quite awkward, the way they're holding the hands, and for me it pulled it down a little bit, but I think I might have been a bit harsh, so I'm going to reconsider my score. It is a beautiful picture.
Now, I like this picture. I gave it 82 points, and I really like it because of the contrast of the warmth of the sisters and the cold and moist, and the feeling of the surrounding. I kind of like, as opposed to some of the other judges, the space in the picture, because it places them in a harsh environment, and the warmth that you see in them and their relationship kind of tips it over to the one of the good pictures here. I really see a lot of love between them, and also I'm a bit disturbed by the awkward hand pose, but yeah, there are small details in this picture that you could make it better to make it really work, but it's close, but yeah, small finishes that are lacking. Yeah.
Scott?
I totally agree. I love the space around the image. I think it's absolutely wonderful. It kind of really does draw you in. I am in complete agreement with the hands. They just look a little bit messy. I think a more refined pose on the hands would have elevated. I was at 78, so I think it deserves an honourable mention. The main drawback for me was the highlights on the forehead and the cheeks, and the eyes need a little bit more of a lift. I think a bit more control in the edit to reduce the highlights on the forehead and the cheeks and the nose, and to lift the eyes would have brought me up into the 80 and above score category, but I am listening to be persuaded.
Rescoring, please. And this moves the picture to 80.8.
Good challenge, well done.
Thank you. And that's what it is about challenges, listening to each other, good or bad. Silja. $74.2. Around the corner of the eye.
Are the blacks in detail to the right hand side of the image?
Yes.
Three more scores? Two? Scott?
It's not letting me enter. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh.
I asked for scores again, and you need to press enter.
Sorry.
It's okay. This picture gets a 78.4. I actually think we're going to talk about this because you are slightly in disagreement here. Tobias, you get to start.
Okay. I like this picture. I like that you get really up close and personal. with the model or the person in the picture. The reason that I gave this an 80, and the reason I didn't give it more is that I'm not loving the print. I really like the picture. I like the depth of field, and I like the really good sharpness in the hair and the eyes. But it could do more for me by being a better print.
Yeah.
I agree with Tobias. I give it a 79. But what I think is, I don't like the composition of it. I think him looking into there's. I wish there was more space on the right side hand of the picture, and that it didn't crop his head off, because he's looking. His gaze is out of the picture, and I keep looking out. But other than that, I love the lighting is beautiful. The sharpness of the face is absolutely to the point. So I just wish it was quite a little different composition.
Jenny?
Yeah, I like the lighting of this composition and of the picture. I like the sharpness in the eyes and the longing for something, and the composition, he's looking out, but it's too much way. I think if I can vict on the right side, and I think the print also not so good for the forehead, and I don't think it have to be the better print. I agree.
Yes, I scored this an 80. I would like to compliment the author that it's quite beautiful lit, and the sharpness and the mood of it all, and the color scheme is, I love that part of it. What took me away from giving a higher score is that it's quite bright on the forehead, and also like the rest of the judges have said, that he's too close to the right side. I would have needed more space to give it a higher score. But, and the paper choice, again, come back to print. This could have really benefited from maybe having a little more of not so matte paper, more of a glossier, not total glossy, but somewhere in between there, so I get a more of contrast from the paper. But it's a lovely picture.
Scott?
I completely agree with the judges. I think compositionally it needs to be moved to the left a little. I'm not a fan of the subject looking out of camera. I also feel that they've underexposed the right hand side of the image, and you can see they've slightly overworked the file to try and bring that cheek back a little bit. I was down at 73, which is acceptable quality. I agree the crop is too tight, and I think what would have elevated this image a bit more is just to let the image breathe just a little bit more. I love the fact that it's up close, but I think it's too close.
Thank you. And rescore, please. You will have to enter again because one dropped out.
Sorry, something went wrong. I need to rescore.
Okay, I ask for a rescore. Everybody again. $78.4. Final touch. And just information for you at home, the picture that Scott is looking at is the actual file where you get a video feed. So what he's seeing is not what you're seeing, okay?
Can someone just please check the detail between the back of the subject and the corner of the room, please? Is there separation there, or is it all blended into one?
I can see details.
The separation.
Barely. But it
Barely, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
It
Can't
could have
find the
been,
words.
Two more scores, please. This image gets 76.8. Image coming up is holding on.
Say holding on.
Holding on. Martina?
Yeah, last connection. I'm on Wi-Fi. It keeps going in and out. It's freaking out.
Yeah. We need one from you. You need another device.
Images on and off with the. I'm back again. Okay.
I'm asking for a score. Everybody score again. Oh, press enter. Scott, Miriam, you press. You need to press. Scott, I need you to press enter.
Enter.
Oh, there you go.
Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. This image gets 83. Fernando.
Two more scores.
.6. I think you should talk about this one, sorry.
I can talk.
You can talk, Jenny?
I can see it's so this take over with the contrast, and I can see all the face all over the place, and the paper choice is so bad for this image because you cannot see any details in the image at all. So the photographer have to work with the skin a lot, and so you can see the details in the image from the beginning. I don't know if you can see it in the beginning, or the paper choices make it all black. So, yeah.
I I scored a 73 because I think this is not really up to standard for the higher points. It is, for me, too close cropped, and also the lack of the details and the paper choice. Just, I'm sorry to say, a bad choice.
Yeah, I totally agree about the paper choice. I kind of like the picture in a way because it feels like a very modern portrait. Maybe not a classic portrait, but a modern one. So in its own environment, maybe on a record label or something, it would work. But as a classic portrait on this paper, it kind of doesn't.
Yes, I agree with my fellow judges. I scored a 74, and I would also, because he's looking out of the image, I would like to see a little bit more.
Miriam,
Okay, we're live.
we're live?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome back. Sorry for the inconvenience. I hope we can carry on now without any interruption, but we did stop the judging and we were in the middle of judging one picture. So we talked about it, and we're going to rescore the picture for the final score. So I'm asking judges to rescore. Miriam, I need you to log in.
And we were waiting for Scott's comment about the picture.
We were also, sorry, I shouldn't get a rescore yet, that's right. We were waiting for Scott to talk. So Scott, do you have any comments for this picture, please?
Yeah, I do. I agree with one of the earlier comments that it does look like a very modern picture, like something Rankin or Bailey would take back in the 60s and 70s. I wish the crop wasn't so tight. I wish the subject was either at full profile, because that left eye just poking through the top of the nose is very distracting, and it just needs more detail in the blacks overall.
Okay, then formally we ask for a rescore after listening to Scott. One judge. Thank you. 72.4. Okay. And we go on with a picture called Elvira. This picture gets 78.2. And coming up, it's something we sometimes tell our people when we photograph them. Look into the camera. Scores, please. 84.4. Take pride. Two more scores. One.
Sorry.
Everybody enter score it again or press enter, please.
Wait, too much.
Working, Jenny?
No. Yes.
Yes, thank you. This image gets 77.8. Going for next picture, which is confident. One, thank you. 81.6 for this image. Next image is salt and pepper. One more score, please. This image scores 79.8. Queen. Two more scores. This image scores 78.4, but without actually having an automatic challenge, you are quite diverse. And this time, Scott, you get to start.
Okay, I think I was at the lower end of the score. I was down at 73. I like the image. I like her expression. I think it's a nicely, it suits the title. It suits the look. I just feel the image overall on the screen that I'm judging from here, which is, you know, the full res image that I'm able to see. It's got a green cast to it. And I think the vignette has been slightly overworked. I think the corners are too dark, and it's pulling my attention away from what is an absolutely fantastic expression. If the vignette was taken down a little bit, I would have scored it a little bit higher. And also there appears to be some glowing around the top of the crown, which I'm not sure if it's layer masking or something that needs to be addressed by the author. But it's a great image, and her expression is absolutely brilliant.
Tobias?
What's lacking in this picture for me is the light on her face is really flat. I don't get any. It doesn't work for me. I think it's flat. It's not interesting enough. The light. It doesn't bring character to her face, so to speak. I think the rest of the neck down works really nice with the dress and the flowers, but the light on the face is just not working for me.
Miriam?
Some of the things that the other judges has mentioned here is actually one of the things that I like. I think the vignetting is actually pulling my eyes toward her face, and I like the contrast of her fluffy dress and her beautiful flowers, and then that little soft lighting on her face. She has a pretty gaze, but you can tell that her lips are a little pale, and she doesn't look like a queen, yet she sits like a queen, she dressed like a queen. So I just, I liked it very much. I scored an 85. And I think it deserves to come up in the merit category.
Jenny?
Yeah, I give it a 81, and I think it's really nice image. The compose is really it's nice, and the expression on her face is like a queen. The clothes is not very well done, and but it can be better than that because the face is so flat, and I see the colors are like cold and warm, and the edit could be better around the crown and around the face and be more. I can give it a higher points if it's the photographer have worked with the image a little better. Yeah.
And Martina?
Compliment for the author. I think it is, like other judges have said, extremely lovely expression and the mood of this image and the colors. I love it. But once again, like Jenny said, the skin has all kinds of different color tones. So the skin retouch need to go over a bit better. And also there is halo around the crown, and I can also see some I don't know the English word for like the breakage of some color tones in the background when it breaks up a little bit. So it's just a matter of post-production that brings the scores down for me, but mood and tones are lovely.
Thank you. Rescoring.
Explode.
78.8. No title for this image. 2 more scores, please. 1 more. Thank you. This image gets 78 straight. With power and love. Martina, you need to refresh.
Sorry.
One judge missing, thank you. And I can see some of you changed your scores. This picture gets 84.4. Shikara. Two more scores. One more.
Some problems here.
Thank you. 82.2. Coming up is Adela. I need two more scores, please. This picture gets 81.6. And I think that's done for the category. So we do a quick change that also includes that, Scott, you're getting a break for the next category.
Okay.
Next category will be baby. And Trine, you are stepping in to judge here.
Tobias, kan du komma en stund bara? Kan du komma en stund?
Ja.
Om du kommer att bli hållna. Jag måste...
Ska vi flytta oss?
Ja, ett steg till.
Ett steg till.
Högre.
Til høyre. Trine, nå må du. Nei, du må bli tredd dit.
Vi hoppar in.
Vi hopper.
Ja, men jeg har hørt om å sitte koronaavstand. Det er derfor jeg sitter her.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Live.
Welcome back to the live judging of SM Photography 2020. The next category will be Baby, which is sponsored by Play to Learn. Look behind me. This category, we have all the judges in the studio. Trine is joining us for this. And the description of the category is portrait of children 0 to 12 months old. Photo must contain one or more living creatures, as it says here. That also means that all kinds of technique is allowed in this category. Retouching, composite images, etc., etc. As long as elements is done by the photographer herself. And we are moving on to the first image, and that is the young man and the sea. This image gets 82.
Okay. Martina?
Ja, och Jenny på dem.
Could you, Martina and Jenny, can you refresh the screen?
And I ask for score again.
Ask for score again and please enter your scores.
It says none here.
None. And then I take it back and it's...
I'm asking for score. Do you refresh the screen, please?
No?
Did you exit before? Go back to the categories?
Yes.
Can you do that
I
now,
didn't
please?
do that.
Okay, where do you want?
So exit.
Exit.
Yep.
You really want to exit? Yes.
And then baby. And baby.
Baby, got it.
Live score.
As you gather out there, we all love computers, sometimes more than others.
Okay.
Okay.
Jörgen,
I can see the image.
Jörgen, can
Asking for score.
Yes.
Can everybody see the image?
Yes.
Enter your scores, please.
Well, only Jenny and
Yes.
Martina.
Are we good?
We're good, and it actually means that the picture gets 82.2.
Yeah.
Next image, when you came, you gave us life. Martina, you need to refresh. Two more judges. One, thank you. 85.4. And so the life cycle continues here on Earth. 2 more scores. $80.2. Coming up is My Teddy and I. Refresh, Martina. Refresh, Martina.
Funkar inte Martina?
Jag ska se
Okay.
igenom denna Caroline så ska vi ta sen problem shooting.
Ask refresh again, Martina.
Oh, yeah. I'm connected.
There.
Do you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Two more scores? One more? $81. Together from the start. Two more judges. Thank you. Scores 82. Coming is Sweet Dreams. Scores, please. Martina, you need to refresh. That means, judges, you need to press enter again. 81.2, and I think we will talk about this one. And Miriam, you get to start.
Beautiful image first. I mean, it's of a beautiful baby. Here, there's some issues with the print, and also I think that the face or the head is it needs to be toned down a little bit too bright compared to the dark background, and also the lips are a little bit too dark again. So I think they have clarity on the lips and just made them darker, and it looks a little bit like it's a little L, if you know, a little bit too dark lips. And also the title, Sweet Dreams, with that pose on hard bed, it really doesn't look comfortable. I mean, the baby looks comfortable, but I wish there was some kind of pillow or something soft that he was laying on, not a hard edge of a bed. But I gave it a 79. I think it's a beautiful picture, and it's just it would have been higher if the print had been a little bit better. With some issues around in the background, some spots that looked like it was printed. Print errors.
Jenny?
Yeah, I totally agree with Miriam, and the lighting control, where the lights come from, is too light from the side, and the dark of the mouth. I would put it little to the right, or have it down the light. And but it's a very beautiful picture. Little uncomfortable. It looks not so safe for the kid, but it feels like it can sleep, still sleep. Yeah.
I gave it this an 81. I think it's an adorable picture, but I have to agree with what the other judges said, so I don't have anything else to add.
I gave this an 82. I think it's a beautiful portrait. My biggest concern with this picture is I get a wide angle lens kind of feeling that it's a bit distorted. I would have preferred to back out and use a longer lens to. I also think that would have made good changes to how the light hits the face and equalizes with the background. My biggest concern with this picture is choice of lens. Yeah.
Trina?
Jag har lite mer att tillföra än det som har berättats.
Thank you, and rescoring. .2. You and I. Two more scores. Thank you. 78.8. Strongest bond. One more. 80.8. And I actually think we will talk about this one. Martina, you get to start?
Yeah, I put this quite low, I guess, then, compared to the average. I'm at a 75. I think there are too many distracting lines and the brightness is too harsh. I think it's a sweet moment between the mother and the child. I appreciate the mood. I'm missing the focus on the baby a little bit here. So for me, the brightness is, and also I think the clarity and the over sharpness is distracting for me as well.
Tobias?
I like this picture. I gave it an 82. I think it's a beautiful picture. There are some distractions, there are some noise and some dots on the print which prevented me from giving it more points than it got. And also I'm lacking a bit of focus on the baby because there's so much happening. You could maybe have made the picture a bit cleaner, but I still enjoy it, and for me it's a different kind of baby picture, and I think that should be rewarded somehow.
Jag gav det 88. Och jag liker de flesta av de tingene som Martina sa at hun ikke liker. Altså det jeg liker de kontrastene. Jeg synes det er delikat å se på. Og det eneste jeg skulle ønske det var litt mer fokus på babyen. Men ellers så synes jeg at det er et veldig delikat bilde.
I was also on the strong side, and I agree with a lot of things that Martina said, and also Tobias. And also here's, I think it's an example of where the title kind of destroys the image, because it says strongest bond, but the focus here is the moment, but it's not. You don't see the bond between the baby and her. Baby looks a little uncomfortable. I just wish you could hold her or him a little tighter, so we get more of that bond in the image. But I also listened to what Trina and Tobias said, and said it is a different image. It's something else than we are used to in the baby category, and I compliment the author for seeing that and sending that.
Jenny?
Yeah, I give it 82 because that high, I think it's really high because the image is so the sharpness is too much and it's many distracting things, so I agree with everyone, but because I give it 82, it was something different. Like Tobias say, when I see the first time, I say wow, that wow feeling, because I have never seen that kind of editing and light in the image, so it can work with it and continue with that work and be a little better. Yeah.
Thank you. Rescoring.
No. Something happened.
Rescoring again then.
Okay.
81.8. The end of our struggle begins with you. 2 more scores. 1. Thank you. 87.2.
Oh, challenge.
Challenge? We are going to talk. And Martina, since you make the challenge, you get to start.
All right. I think this is very beautiful. I think it's definitely deserves to be in the distinction category. I would like my fellow colleagues and judges to reconsider. We start with 100 score, like 100 point, then we take down when things are not quite right, or if there's something we can complain about and talk about. So for me, there is not a lot of things that are wrong with this picture. I think that it's technically very high quality. Skin tones are treated very well, and the tones, the tonality, the color scheme, I don't see a lot of things wrong here, so I think it really deserves, it's very high quality, and I think it needs to be up there. So please reconsider.
I'm not an expert in baby photography, and but it's a beautiful picture. I gave it 80 points. The reason that I didn't give it more was that I find it a bit empty. The air around the motive is making it a bit uninteresting for me. I think it's a beautiful picture, but yeah, it didn't quite make it for me. Yeah.
Ja, gitt til 94 så skulle jeg også veldig gjerne ha det opp i den distinction. Det eneste som har gjort at jeg ikke har gitt det enda mer, at det et bilde jeg har sett før. Men jeg synes det ekstremt godt gjennomført.
Yeah. I agree with Martina and Trina, and I was actually contemplating between going up in the distinction or in the high merit. I gave it a high merit, but I was debating before I did it, and I will listen to what you said. That actually the only thing that, well, what you said, Tobias, about the space is actually, I think it kind of, when you read the title, The End of a Struggle Begins With You, I can see a couple struggling to conceive, and then that's the emptiness, and then along comes the baby in the heart, and you can see that the line with the leaves are getting bigger up to the baby. So I think it tells us the story pretty good. Actually, the only thing that I found that bothered me, it was the photographer having gotten out, or the blueness of the hands and the feet. A little bit of it, but still, it's they're a little bluish. But apart from that, it's beautiful. I will raise my score.
Yeah, I gave it an 87, but I can give it a little more, but not over 90. I think I can see to take down the image. I just look at that all the time. It's the leaf with the white, the brightness around, because it's take it down, but it's not so much to the image. I like the emptiness because it's getting more strong with the heart and the line with the leaves. So it's definitely worth more than merit.
Martina, since this is a judging challenge, you get final talk.
Yes. Once again, it is handled with extremely high quality, and we need to celebrate that and give what the author deserves, I believe, for this work.
Rescoring, everybody please.
No, it wouldn't work.
Okay, rescoring again, everybody. This image goes up to 90.6.
Yes.
Someone to watch over me. One more score. $81.2. Triple the love. This one you're going to talk about because you quite disagree, even it's not really a except 0.2 points. That would be an automatic challenge. Trine, you get to start.
Ja, jeg har gitt det 69. For meg så det ser ikke godt ut for barna. Det ser ut som de bare har pakket barna sammen i en klump. Så ser hodene ligger hele på skapet. Og så synes jeg på foreldrene så det bare alt softa helt ned. Så for meg så det en lav kvalitet både på posering og på etterarbeid.
I agree. Yet I have given the other points for the idea, and I think it's a different kind of picture. So I actually gave it an 84, but it was I really wish that the babies had been posed better and more comfortable, and also the post processing makes it look their skin is so it looks fake. So I think it's over processed, but with a better posting of the babies and better post processing, this would be a magnificent image. So I mainly complimented the author for the idea. It's just it's lack of genomföring. How do you say it?
Yeah, I really like the idea and how the photographer tried to do something different, and the lines with the arms, and it's really nice composed, but not the children. It's taken down, but I give it to 81 because I think it's a new idea and a new way to see it, but I totally agree with Trine also. So this is a really hard image, I think, to judge.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to steal a little bit from all of you guys. I do enjoy the different take on it. Feels like the print has sort of a bluish tone. I'm not sure that's intentional or not, but it gives a bit coldness to it. I was up in that little bit higher range though. I was at 82 because of the originality and the lines, and I actually enjoy the print because of the darkness, but we still have the details where towards the center. However, listening to my expert baby photographers over here, I do agree with the babies look a bit uncomfortable, so I'm in despair a little bit about the points.
I was at the low end here, 78. I really like as someone said, the composition, how the parents seem very focused on their babies. But I think the post-production really ruins it for me. It just looks, well, it doesn't look good.
Thank you. And rescoring.
Well, I won't accept my new score.
Everybody enter your scores again. Jenny?
Okay, submit also.
76.6. More or less all of you changed. More or less. And we have a new picture called We
Will always support you. I have your score, Jenny. One score missing. Thank you. 82.2.
I just want to talk about it a little bit.
Yes?
As I can see the children is laying down on something, because I feel it going out from where it laying down. So I can see, because that you want to see in that image is like it really hanging there, and I don't see it hanging there. So I see it just want to coming out from the image, and it's not safe for me. So I can see that immediately in the image. So I think I take it down, because it's really nice image, and the brightness and everything. The lightness is so fantastic. So think about that to the photographer.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just want to compliment the photographer for the idea, because at first my thought was like, but you're not supporting because they're not touching. But then again, I feel like they're there for safety, and I think it's a good illustration of, how life with the baby is. It is a separate human being, but you're there close by. So I like that the author has made a new approach to the classical baby in hands pose, which we've seen a lot of times, and also the hanging baby. So I gave it an 85, because I think that the author here is compliments for the idea. But I listened to what Jenny said, and I didn't see that at first, but now after she said it, that's all I can see, the baby coming out of there. So if the wrapping had just been a little bit more over the head, it would have looked a little safer there on its own.
Okay.
But a good idea.
I reacted to the unsafeness as well, but I thought there was a point to that, because otherwise you didn't need the parents being there keeping it safe. Because for me the hanging bit was the unsafeness of the world, and the parents will always be there to protect you, because that's why it works for me. Because if they would have been safe and not falling out, it would have been not communicating the right right thing. So I gave it 90. I really love this picture.
You want a challenge?
Anyone else? You're going to rescore because good points.
It is a challenge.
No,
Okay, I didn't
but
know.
we'll do a rescore anyway.
Okay.
Because I think some valid points have been made and maybe that could change somebody's mind.
All right.
So, next question is, anyone else wants to say something? You didn't say anything so far, Trina? Not that you have to, but if you want to.
Nej, jag har egentligen inte någonting.
Okay. Then, with everything said, I ask for a rescore. .4. Next picture does not come with a title. Two more scores. 1. 78.2. Always by your side. Scores, please. One more score. Thank you. And even 80. Next picture is Victor. Scores, please. 79.6. Unconditional love. Scores, please. Two more scores. One.
Internet issue.
I will ask for rescore. Everybody enter again.
No.
Tobias enter. Sorry, we lost you, Martina.
Don't know where that one came from. Another page popped up. Okay, I think I'm in. Yes.
Everybody enter again. Thank you. 77.6 for this picture. And that concludes the baby category.
Everybody please press exit.
Yeah.
See that bit you forgot to tell me.
Thank you. We then have a short break before we go on with the next category, which would be documentary.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info. Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back, guys, to SM Photography 2020. We are going to judge a new category, that's documentary, which is sponsored by Hellstrom Studio, Certified Print Studio. Documentary category is special in the competition. You could say all categories are special, but this is technically special and thereby visually special in the sense that an image here should be of a natural event without the photographer's interference. The intention is to show realism, that is, reflect the conditions of when the photo was taken. It's allowed to crop, rotate, adjust perspective, select, dodge and burn, pretty much like in the old-fashioned darkroom, reduce noise, sharpen, adjust color, black and white, apply grain or minor cleaning jobs like removing sensor dust and chromatic aberration. It is not allowed to combine several photos into one, that being panorama, multiple exposure, camera or not camera, computer or not computer, to add, delete or move elements by, for instance, cloning, healing, patching, content-aware fill, liquify or similar tools. In the online version of this competition, the raw file could be requested for examination if one of the judges thought something was wrong. So we are going to judge. And here we get Daddy and I. Miriam, you need to refresh. This image gets 76.8. And for information, we have changed judges. So we have Scott with us again online.
Wait. One wasn't registered. I think it was Miriam.
Yes. What? Miriam?
If you press exit, Miriam.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you really want to exit?
Yes, I really want to exit. And then go to the documentary again. And then, Jörgen, please press ask for score so Miriam can score again.
Yeah, everybody enter your score, enter score.
Yes.
Thank you. 76.8. And we go for the next picture. On the frozen lake. Oh, sorry. And one more score. Thank you. 76.2. Coming up is hiding behind the tree. One more, thank you. And you don't know the score yet. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay. This had a score of 81 as an average, and we have a challenge from Tobias. So you get to start.
Yeah. This is for me a really good portrait. I'm kind of impressed that it's a documentary portrait and not like it's almost studio quality. And what brings this down for me, and that prevents me from giving it 95 points, is the quality of the print. There's banding, there's color shifting in the print, which is so sad because this is a really good picture to me, but the print brings it down. And this is a print contest, and I think it's worth mentioning that it's a great picture, but the print brings it down for me.
I agree with Tobias, and I gave it right under a merit, and I also wanted to get it up
but the print quality, there was some issues with banding, and also the print there had some damage to it. I agree with Tobias.
Yeah.
I could give it more high. I give it 84, but it's because it's a really nice image and the color and the contrast. But for me, it's a portrait. I can see the eyes. It looks like a portrait for me, and that more than documentary. And the print also is taken down, but could be more high than that.
I think I might be in the lower end here, just because of the discoloration and the print quality. I do appreciate the intensity of the subject, but I don't have anything else to add to it.
Yeah, Scott?
Yeah, I agree. I was at 83, but obviously I don't have the benefit of seeing the print in front of me. The image I have on my screen is such a powerful portrait. The connection we have between the subject and the author is incredible. The issue that stopped me going higher from the image that I'm seeing is that the author has burnt in the top of the wood just a little bit too much, which is just fighting my attention between the eyes. But it's outstanding. It's a lovely print. It's a lovely print.
Scoring.
Hey.
Okay, rescore again, everybody. Goes to 81.4. Coming up is an image called Mountain Biker. Scores, please, coming in. One more. 77.8.
That's the challenge.
There's the challenge for this.
I scored 89. I think it's being in the moment image. You know that these bikers come pretty fast. The subject is sharp, and the surroundings of the what you call it? I'm hurting.
Foliage.
Yeah,
the rocks.
Yeah, the rocks. It just complements the composition, and I just thought that this was a really good documentary picture, and also framed in a good composition. You can see you can see where it's going to go, and I liked it a lot.
Scott, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was where was I? I was at 77. I love the print. I agree. The leading lines of the light going up to the cyclist are lovely. The issue I have is, if someone can please check the blacks in the bottom right corner and on the right hand side, they look like they're burnt out, or that they've crushed the blacks. So if someone can please check the print for me, that would be brilliant.
Somewhat, yes, a little bit. A little bit.
Okay, so that's what I thought, and that's what stopped me from going into the 80 and merit category.
Jenny?
I gave it really low points because I feel it was some disk, also in Swedish, blaskig in the image.
Low contrast.
Low contrast and very unsharp, and I find many things on the control of the light is too much light and washed out colors, and to be high for me is to have to be a higher level of the quality of the colors in the image, because I take it down all over the place, but I like the lines, I like the expression of the Dokumentär, and he's sharp, but it's too much in the image who's taken down from the quality of being a really nice image.
Same here. For me, I was at 79, and I do appreciate the lines and all of that. We said that it's the washed out feeling, and the brightness is too hot for me to give it a higher score.
Same for me. I was at 72. Liked the composition and the overall image, but the shadows and the highlights, especially the highlights with the light on the arms and on the helmet and stuff, doesn't work for me.
And do you want to read both?
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. And reflecting on the comments from your fellow judges, please rescore. And the image gets 78.8. Next image is beach yoga. Two more scores. This image gets 85.6. And you were all pretty much agreeing. Betrayed. Scores 82.2. First dance. One more. $78.2. Spotlight kid. 3 more scores. This one scores 78.4, but I think we're going to talk about it because you quite disagree.
Are we offline again? I think we're offline again. No, I don't think so.
There's something online here.
No.
Anyway, you're going to talk, so we will have Tobias start.
I'm guessing I'm at the low end here. I'm at 68. I think the only thing that this picture proves is really good exposure control. The print is really messed up. It's really stripy, and it kind of takes away all the pleasure of looking at the picture because it's really messed up. It's a nice composition and it has spot on exposure, but otherwise I'm not feeling this.
Okay.
I agree with Tobias, and I was probably a little on the high end. I was give it a 78 because of the exposure and the composition. I think it's it really. I mean, you zoom in into the object here, and but it's the print quality that draws it down. If it had been on point with the printing, would be a much higher score.
Yep, I give it 85 because I think it's a really nice. I love the composition of the image, and I love he's looking so lonely and so strong in the big area. In somehow I feel that he's just in a moment in the show, and I can see him in the show, and everybody's maybe quiet, and I can see the documentary in this image, but the print can be better, and if the print is better I can give it higher because I like the composition, and I really love to see him there, so that give me a high score because the composition and the loneliness for the artist. Yeah.
Yes, I can't wait to talk about this. I think that it is a great image with the color just popping and the lines leading into the Spotlight Kid, and the exposure control is awesome for being a documentary. Yes, the print is screwed up, but I don't think it needs to be taken away that many points for the print. I mean, it needs to go down, but not taken away that the author made an beautiful image. So, it might need to go up a little bit, I think.
Scott?
The impact of this image is fantastic. I was at 84, but purely on online judging, I don't have the benefit of seeing the print, and I will take my fellow judges' comments about the print into consideration, and I will rescore. What would have helped me improve this image, just from a technical point of view, would have been just to bring the crop down, just so it's more of a letterbox crop and less on the 2:3 ratio. And I think that would have helped with the dead space at the top. Striking, great exposure, but I will listen to my fellow judges and adjust my score based on print quality.
Rebuttal? Tobias, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Rescoring then. And you all listened, so it's 77.6. This image is blue. This image scores 86.6. Queen for a day. Jenny, enter. 79.8. Trash fish for lunch. One more score. $81.2. Not a jellyfish. $81.6.
Can I say something?
Yes.
It's not a challenge. I just want to compliment the author on a great story and the great titles. I think this is one of those good titles that makes you think. And I think that held it up quite a bit.
Anyone else wants to comment?
I want to comment the print. I just see small. We see just a small image in the digital here, so we cannot just look in the big size. But I can see lots of more details in the digital version. But we use the print, and I think it's too much. We judge the print, and I see so much light in the top. I want to see more details in the top, and maybe not the passepartout. It's just I want to have it bigger on the screen and on the platta.
The presentation.
On the mounted picture.
Yeah, I want it all over the place. I think it's distracting the.
Anyone else wants to comment? Next picture. Life first crib. 2 more scores. This image gets 79.4. Next image is called Swedish Championship in Underwater Rugby. Two more scores. 75.4. Coming up is Amsterdam Diversity. Two more scores. 1. $79.6. Having real fun in the water. Three more scores. 82.4. Don't look, Mommy. I'm making you a surprise. Two more scores. 1. This image gets 79, which concludes the documentary and brings us to a lunch break. So thank you for watching now. We'll be back shortly.
Please press exit and yes.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info. Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Då är vi live igen. Det är dags för eftermiddagspasset. Vi har haft lunch och jag har Jenny med mig här.
Hallå, hallå.
Du är superinvolverad i det här projektet.
Ja, det är jag väl.
Ja, det har du varit.
Ja.
Och är.
Ja, precis.
Men kan du inte berätta lite grann, liksom, hur långt innan börjar man planera inför kommande års SM?
Det börjar vi ju egentligen med direkt efter avklarad tävling. Nu, jag själv hoppade in i början av det här året.
Ja.
Men SM-gruppen som jobbar med SM jobbar ju egentligen redan nu har vi ju börjat att planera för nästa år. För man lär sig ju hela tiden nya grejer.
Ja,
så att det blir ju hela tiden någonting som vi tänker, ja men det här kan vi förbättra till nästa år. Det här kan vi ta till nästa steg. Så att det egentligen pågår det ju hela tiden.
Ja, fantastiskt. Så när det slutar här, när vi har liksom prisutdelning och så i morgon kväll, då är det dags att börja planera för nästa år.
Ja,
det är fantastiskt. Det är mycket jobb med det här. Hur har du varit involverad? Du kom in lite mitt i årets projekt. Vad blev ditt uppdrag?
Jag jobbar med sponsorerna. Så att jag har tillsammans med resten av SM-gruppen också letat efter alla våra fantastiska sponsorer.
Och det är 2 sätt att vara sponsor här egentligen. Det är huvudsponsor och sen...
Det är huvudsponsor och sen så är det kategorisponsor. Så att för varje kategori så har vi ju olika sponsorer.
Varför behöver vi sponsorer?
Så att vi ska ha fantastiska priser i potten också. Förutom äran att vinna kategori så har man ju chansen att vinna fina priser från sponsorerna.
Ja, det är jättekul. Vad är skillnad på, alltså vem får huvudsponsorpris och vem får liksom kategoripris? Eller är det skillnad där? Eller?
Skillnaden är att i år så har vi ju årets bild i porträtt-SM och vi har årets bild i natur-SM. Och där så vinner man huvudpriserna i de olika.
Och då är det från Epson och Nikon?
Ja, precis.
Ja.
Det är Nikon som sponsrar för porträttdelen och för natur så är det Epson.
Ja, jättebra. Och sen som kategorivinnare då så vinner man ett pris också.
Det gör man också.
Ja. Och det kan vara, vad kan det vara för någonting?
Det kommer vi berätta ännu bättre
vi får inte veta det i förväg.
Exakt vad det är.
Ja.
Så att det är det som när vi presenterar kategorierna här. Jörgen berättar ju så fint med vad varje kategori har för sponsor. Och sen så imorgon så kommer vi visa ännu mer vad det är som man kan vinna.
Och så finns det ju en fantastisk sponsor som är vi som sponsrar själva livesändningen. Det är jättekul att få göra det här. Vi hade ju lite bekymmer i förmiddags här med lite uppkopplingsissue och så. Men det känns som vi har kommit över det. Vi tar i träd här på en gång. Men jag hoppas att ni som är med och tittar på detta att ni ska känna att det flyter på som det ska här nu då. Så. Men när vi nu är igång med själva jureringen och så, då är ju din sponsordel är ju avklarad. Men du är ju ändå här.
Ja, ändå här.
Vad gör du nu då?
Ja, men igår så var jag med och packade upp alla printar som har skickats in.
Hur många bidrag är det?
Det är 177 bidrag.
Det är ganska bra.
Det är riktigt bra.
Ja.
Det är det.
Och det ska vi hinna mata igenom hela dagen. Så.
Det ska vi komma igenom idag.
Det kan ju vara en av anledningarna till att det kanske går lite fort. Att det är så många som ska gås igenom. Man kan inte kommentera på alla bilder.
Nej, men precis. Men nu gör ju domarna ett jättebra jobb och kommenterar väldigt bra på bilderna.
Jag tycker det är bra aktivitet. Och alltså, även när jag sitter här inne i kontrollrummet så lär man sig jättemycket. Så även om man inte har sin egen bild igång så ser man ju jättemycket intressanta delar. Så
ja, verkligen.
Jättebra. Toppen. Så det du har gjort inför här på plats är att packa upp och sortera bilder.
Ja.
Och nu ser vi dig i bild ibland.
Ja, nu ser vi mig i bild och mina händer kommer fram lite så här fint.
För du och dina kollegor
hjälper till att ta fram printarna och ställa dem i ljusboxen så att alla bilder bedöms under samma förutsättningar.
Ja. Ja, det är superbra jobbat och du och dina kollegor är grymma. Och jag hoppas att ni förstår vilket arbete det är bakom den här processen att göra SM. Och att ni får god nytta av allt det här fantastiska som ni ser under dagen här. Tack så mycket för att jag fick låna din tid.
Ja, tack så mycket.
Vi syns igen. Nu börjar ny jurering med Gravid.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to the SM Photography 2020 live judging. And we are moving on to the category of maternity, Gravid in Swedish, or Danish for that sake. The category description says that it must have a photo that emphasizes pregnancy, containing one or more living creatures. That also means that Photoshop and no Photoshop and manipulations, etc., is allowed in this category. And we just judge the pictures as we see them. We are the judges in the studio now, all 5 of them. So Scott is having a break and Trine is stepping in. The first picture coming up now is When Wishes Come True. One more judge. Thank you. This image gets an average of 74.2. Next image is called Frozen in Time. One more score, please. Thank you. And we have 79.8. Models. 3 more scores. 2. Here we are. 81.6. 39 weeks of waiting. And 2 more scores. Thank you. 78.2. Coming up is Morning Mist. Two more scores. The average is 79.8. Jennifer. Two more. Thank you. This gets 81, and I think it's time for a talk. Trine? Yes?
Jeg hadde 74. For meg så går det... Jeg hadde gitt det litt høyere hvis... Jeg føler at det er litt dødt i blikket. Eller hun har ingen... Jeg ikke ser at hun på en måte gleder seg over dette her. Eller hun har ingen kontakt med magen. Eller jeg føler at det er bare et sånt dødt fjes. I tillegg så synes jeg det er liksom et bilde som jeg har sett mange ganger før, som ikke det tilfører ikke det noe nytt. Det er det som vi har sett så mange ganger før. Så det var grunnen til at jeg la det der.
I think this is, I gave it an 83. I think this is a beautiful, classic maternity portrait. I think the tonality is very well handled. The printing is fine, it's matte paper, but I think the contrast has been kept. There are details in the shadows, there are details in the highlights. The only thing that kept me from going a little bit higher is the crop. I would like to see the crop coming up above the knee instead of hitting it right at the knee. Other than that, just classical and pretty.
I agree with the previous judge. That's why I gave it an 82. I think it's a beautiful classic portrait of a pregnant woman.
I support the others. I give it a high merit, and I think it's. I don't have any more to add to that. It's beautiful. It's classic, and it's not much to deduct other than that it's classic.
Miriam?
87.
I give it an 82. I think it's a nice image. It's worth merit. But I think it's something about the hand and the compose. I think can be made a little more nicer to keep the clothes in her hands. It's a little more cramped for me like that. But it's a nice image of a woman who's fitting.
And rescoring. Jenny? Goes to 81.4. The next picture has no title. $78.6 for this.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, of course.
For me, this has a very lovely mood, but for me it's from the mid thigh and up. That is a beautiful image. From the mid thigh and down, it's messy, and there's easily ways to clean that up with the edits, because there's like lines in the fabric and everything like that. So it feels like all the attention has been given to the top part of the image, and I would have loved to see somebody work, or the author work, on the lower part just as much as the top part. Just a suggestion to bring it up more.
Any other comments?
I think because the light in the bottom, it disturbs me. It's the white thing. It looks like a foot if you look it from a beyond. So if that take away, it looks more nice because I can see if it's a foot or what it is. Yeah.
Next image coming up is Sisters and Cousins. 82.4. And we will have a talk again. Miriam, you get to start.
Yes, first I got confused by the title. I gave it a 76. I like the idea, I like the image is beautiful, but sisters and cousins, I don't get it. Is this 4 people, sisters and cousins? Is it 2? Is it, I don't know. Also, there's a print error. You can see that the mat is not following the starting of the image, so that it looks, they're starting, you can tell that they are kind of floating in there. You can see the crop. So it's the title throws me and the print is off. So I would love to see it higher, but yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. Jenny?
Yeah, I agree with Miriam. I didn't see it. And I also get confused about the title because I don't know if it's 4. If it's 2 sisters, maybe it's better with only 2 person. Or it's 4 sisters, I don't know. But they look so equal, so it looks like 4 fyllingar. Yeah. But I think the grayscale the tone is really nice with the shadows in each portrait of them, so it's really nice done. I can make a comment in a second.
Trine. Jeg er enig med det som dere sier også. Jeg ble også veldig usikker. Jeg forstod ikke helt bildet, og så ble jeg sånn, hvorfor det for meg det ser ut som det er samme person 4 ganger. Og jeg synes det er et vakkert lys, og det er en fin silhuett på det alt, men jeg forstod ikke hvorfor det ikke bare er et bilde av en av dem. Hvorfor det er repetert 4. Så jeg ga 79.
I'm at 81, and for most of the same reasons you all have been giving about the crop being off. I mean the presentation not going up all the way to the image, but it's a beautiful image. And yes, the title throws us off. So it's a bit confusing, but nice work though on the tonality.
Yeah, I gave this one a 92, mostly because I missed the crop at the bottom, so I'll reconsider this. But I really like this picture. It's very graphic. It's almost like it's done in ink, which makes it even more interesting, smaller from far away than it does when you start looking at details in the picture, because then you see a lot of wrinkles in the fabric and stuff like that you could have edited or you could have done. But I think at like 4 meters in this size, it's an amazing pictures, because then you also don't see the face of the girl as well, so you don't see that it looks like the same girl 4 times. So I think it deserves like good points, but I wish maybe the photographer could have taken it even further with the graphic expression. But also I think the title is extremely confusing, as well as the fact that I missed the crop in the bottom of the picture.
And then a rescore.
Oh, no.
You want to go again?
Yeah, because it wouldn't listen.
Everybody enter again, please. Jenny?
Okay, entered. It was great.
82.4. One comment. I think that maybe what is disturbing here in this framing is that a lot of people have used extra space before the passepartout, but in this case the background is all white, so you don't really see that it's a picture with an extra area before the passepartout. And maybe the photographer could have solved this by putting a very thin line around the image area, and then we could see this effect of extra printed space before the Passepartout. Just if you do something like this, think about how you do it. Next picture. Soon you will be in my arms.
One more spot. .4.
From hope to ashes.
The image here is...
It's up, so it's
down.
one way, yeah. Three more scores. One. This pictures gets 87. And even though you are pretty much the same, I think we should talk about it.
Okay, I was at 84. I think that it has a wonderful emotional story. It is a bit gray, overall grayish. There could be a point to that because of the sadness of the story. The gray sort of fits. There is a little highlight on the nose. My eye keeps going to that, and also the the cross on the Bible there is also extremely hot. So it's small points in the post work of this image that brings me down from a higher score, but it is emotionally extremely strong. Well done, author.
Yes. I was at 85. I think as well that it has a really strong message, or yeah, and I like the composition because it's kind of a thing you shouldn't do, like place things in the middle and stuff like that. So but it really works in this picture, and it gives you a lot of things to look around at. So it's an interesting picture that takes a little while to decipher. So I think it's a very good picture.
I agree with my fellow jurors. and this image gave me the chills. It had a great impact. And the only thing that kind of throws me is the title, because I am struggling with, is the baby dead? From hope to ashes. Is she pregnant and then it has passed in her stomach, and that's why she's holding that box with the cross? So I do get a little confused, but it's I love the idea and the different angle, so it's compliments to the author. I gave it an 87. I think it's it deserves a high merit.
Yeah, if I think about an image of 100 and take it down, so this is a really high impact for me. It's a new kind of image, and I love the gray, because I think she had a baby die before and now she's pregnant again. It's full of hope, but this taking me down is the lightness of the foot or the feet and on the cross. But I love the gray scale in it and the mode in it, and it's so strong, and it's a new idea, so I could give it more high if I can see that. It's a really nice image.
Jeg ga 90, og jeg angrer litt på at jeg ikke gikk enda litt høyere. Jeg synes det er veldig uventet å se i Gravid gruppe. Jeg har aldri sett noe lignende før. Jeg synes det er ryddig og ekstremt kul vinkel. Jeg liker det veldig godt.
Thank you. You get to rescore. It brings the image to 90.2.
Wow.
Alexandra. Three more scores. 81.
Cheers.
Next picture. Is Denise.
Oh, sorry. And no, we have one judge not going. And I need to see here, where's the picture here? That's the one. And this picture gets an average of 82.8. 3/4. So it's 0.8. And that concludes this maternity category.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to SM Photography 2020. We are going to judge commercial this time, and thank you to our sponsor, Capture One. We have done a change of judges and category, so we have Scott with us again online. And we go with the first picture here, is called the Black Oak. And Martina, you need to refresh. Okay.
Tina?
Substitute judge, need your score. Okay, thank you. And you heard me say substitute judge. That's because when a judge is, for whatever reason, excusing him herself for judging a certain image, we use a substitute judge, and we did in this case for one judge. The average of this picture is 84.4. Next image is shades. Two more scores, please. This image gets 85.6. A Star is Born. 79.4. Coming up is an image called Mirror on the Wall. And 3 more scores, please. Image gets 77.6, and I think we're going to talk about this one. Miriam, you get to start.
I like the idea. It's creative and interesting, but when I looked at it closely, it's the post-processing is lacking. The image in the mirror is so sharp, and the hands are blurred. It's too much of a difference. You can tell that it's manipulated in there. So that's what draws it down for me. I gave it a 72, by the way.
Jenny?
Yeah, I gave it a 74, and in the first, when I see it first, it was a little wow effect, but when I go closer, I just see the editing about the hands is unsharp, and I will see the photographer have play a little more with the different opposite colors here, not the orange and the yellow, and I don't know if it's best to have the orange down there. It can be more better done with many things.
Great impact to start with. I think it's just wow when it came up, but then just like the rest of the judges said so far, that it's lacking in post, and we have extremely hot highlights. There is also a stripe in the orange to the left. I don't know what it's there for. There's like a dark stripe coming down. So this is like one of those things you say it's a missed opportunity, where the idea could have been excellent if it just executed a bit better.
I don't really have anything else to add, but I think it's a shame that, I mean, the hand would be unsharp if you had the focus on the person in the mirror. But then again, the mirror, the edges of the mirror wouldn't be sharp, which they are. So it is not a genuine thing. It's manipulated, and it's not well done, good enough done. So I agree with the other judges.
Scott?
Yeah, I concur with my fellow judges. I have overscored it. I was at 81, not having the benefit of the print in front of me. I can now see from the comments my fellow judges have made about the focus and the horizontal line to the left of the left hand. There's also on the screen that I have in front of me some artifacting, which is where banding the layers through the image at the bottom red. So I think to improve this image moving forwards, maybe conversion to 16-bit TIFF and then convert to JPEG would have helped this.
Anyone else? Asking for rescore. This image gets 74.2. Taking to the skies. This image gets 78.8. Once more onto the breech. Two more scores. This image gets 78.2. Okay. Not this one? Okay. Butterfly Passion. This image receives 86. Tourtech Aventuro. Two more scores. Image receives 86.8. Coming up is lines. 3 more scores, please. 2. Image gets 78.4. Skate or die. Three more scores. 2. 1. Image receives 78.6, which concludes the commercial category. And we will do a short break for changing category, and upcoming is fine art.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to SM Photography 2020. We are now going on with the next category, which is fine art. And fine art category is sponsored by Google for Shooters. This category is the broadest possible you can have, because it says a photographic piece of art which can feature any form of representation. So you could say pretty much anything that is anything of quality goes. And we are bringing up the first picture, which will be woman in a black coat. One more score, please. This image gets 79.6. Pandora. Image received 79.8. Hands on. This image gets 79.4 for this one we are going to talk about.
Challenge.
Yes, we are. Scott made a challenge too. So Scott, you get to start.
Okay. I scored this 88.
We can't hear you,
I think
Scott.
this is... Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I scored this print 88. I think this is fine art in the very genre in which we are judging. The light focus on the back, the anguish of the subject that's there, everything about this it reeks of fine art. I think the composition of the top 2/3 of the image is bordering on exactly what I would like to see. The lighting and the overall treatment of the image, I feel it deserves to be. I'm not asking you to come up to 88 up into the distinction category, but I think this image needs to merit for the reasons I've given above.
I agree a lot with what Scott says, but here the print quality draws it down terribly. You have the banding around the image, with you get like the warm tint in the outskirts of the image, and also there's a pretty big composite error on the bottom hand on the left there. You can tell the author has forgotten to mask out parts of the hand, so you can see that it's a composite right there. I wish the print was better. I wish that edit error wasn't there, because like Scott, I love it. I love the image, so it's like we said earlier, a missed opportunity.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I agree with both Scott and Miriam, and it's a lovely image and it's a fine art image, and I also see that editing in the hand, between the hand, is a little bit, you can see you have missed to edit away things in the image, so take it down because you have to really check it if you want a high score for it. And also around you can see the different colors. It's red and blue and red, and it's getting like in the grading in the print. And if I put my eyes very small, I think it's very, very light on the back. It was a little more darker on the back, but it's a really nice image.
I agree with my fellow judges here in the room, Scott. I just want to say that I totally agree with you as well. The print, sorry to say, has destroyed the points on this one, unfortunately. Great compliments to the author, though. Beautiful concept.
Yeah, I have nothing more to add, but yeah.
Okay. Scott, you get to read one.
Oh, it breaks my heart to hear about the print quality, because on the screen this is absolutely beautiful. Like, I can't pick up on the layer masking issues or the print quality there. I think this is a great example of getting test prints done before we enter any images into competition, and make sure we're printing on the right paper, as well as noticing marks that are on the print that you won't necessarily see on the digital image on the screen. I will be adjusting my score based on my fellow judges' comments on the print quality.
And I'm asking for rescores.
Oh, wait. Mine didn't go through. Or again.
Asking rescores, everybody enter.
Okay.
Jenny?
Yeah, enter. Oh.
Takes the image to 78.4. And as Scott said, I can't emphasize enough, test your prints, look at them, test different kinds of paper, use the proper lighting setup to look at the images, because it looks different in this light than it does at home under the kitchen table. Coming up, summer seed.
80.8. At Spira. $78.6. Losing oneself in another world. $79.8. Serenity now. $83.2. I think we need to have a talk. Not that you disagree that much, but I think it's a nice image to talk about. You get to start.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful image. This is the kind of image that I wish I would have taken myself. I would love to have this on the wall, but the print quality again brings the total down. The sky is all striped. It's like you can see the rows from the printer going over the paper, and missed opportunity again. It's really sad.
What did you score the image?
86, even though the printing was bad.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. The colors. The complementary colors, just to die for. Beautiful work, beautiful, beautiful work. I would also like to have this on my wall. I scored an 85, and I could have gone so much higher if it wasn't for the stripes in the image. So sorry about that.
Yeah, I see that first this was a really nice image with the complementary colors and the sharpness of the bridge, and it's going out somewhere to longing for something. It's really nice to have it, but the paper choice and it's taken so much down, I think, because I can see the lines, and I don't know if the Passepartout does so much better for it, because I just wanted to see it so much. Because it's getting better if I don't see the all white around it. So it's taken down for me.
Miriam?
I agree with my fellow judges, and I don't have any more to add. Actually.
Scott?
Yeah, I agree. I was at 86. I think the composition is absolutely stunning on this. It's sad to hear about print quality, so that makes me sad. But it's a striking image. It's beautiful.
And we score on this? No, we score. .8. Coming up is Day and Night. .4. Next image is Little Clown. And just the service information, if there's any new ones out there looking, our online judge is looking at a high-res digital file, not the feed that you guys are getting. He's in a different system, having access to the actual picture. This image gets 81.6. I think we take a little talk, and Tobias, you get to start.
Yeah, I scored this pretty high at 88 because I really like the expression of the picture, or the feeling I get from the picture. I'm pretty sure we can all identify with that little kid from our own childhood, like standing there dressed up as whatever, give me warm, fuzzy feelings. There are some problems with the post, but I can overlook them because of the strong feeling in the picture. That's why I scored it pretty high at 88.
Miriam?
I agree with Tobias. I scored an 83. However, there are some issues with the print that bothers me, and the highlights on the shirt makes that it's almost blown out right on the right hand side of the shirt. So it's it bothers me because my eyes keep going down to the brightest spot on the shirt, and like Tobias said, that the expression of that little clown is magnificent. So I love it, but those issues are keeping my score down.
Jenny?
I scored under 80 because I love the expression, and it's getting stronger if you just see the face. The first I see in the image is something darker on the edit, I don't know, on the wall behind. I can't stop seeing it because it's something dirty, and I have to check on the print what is the dirty thing on the right side. And the shirt is take over my face to see the shirt is so light and the dark thing there, so it's distracting my eyes and I feel so unconcentrated. I want to see the face because the expression is so nice.
Great image, beautiful. I want that hat, please send it to me. It's a wonderful concept, and I just have to agree with my fellow judges about what you Tobias this one, the high score. I scored at 81. I could have gone up so much higher if we wouldn't have the highlight problem. For me, that just takes too much points away. It's being so bright. It could have taken down in post and made this more even. Good job, though.
Scott?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow judges. I was at 79, and the reason I didn't go higher into the merit category was for all the reasons my fellow judges have pointed out.
What was his score?
He scored 79.
79.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and rescore. Everybody enter again. $80.2. Best of two worlds. This receives an even 80 and concludes the fine art category.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer, och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Så, då är vi igång igen. Äntligen är det dags igen, en liten konstpaus.
Ja.
Jag har Miriam med mig här, grym jurymedlem. Du har rest långt.
Ja, fra nordvestkysten av Norge.
Ja.
Kristiansund.
Ja. Har du kommer ju få det här corona norska specialdealen där.
Ja, jeg må i karantene.
Ja.
Det må jeg.
Känns det okej?
Ja, det er jo litt jeg ikke kan gjøre da, når at jeg skal i karantene. Men jeg har samlet opp fotograferinger før jeg drar nå, sånn at jeg har nok kontorarbeid å jobbe med.
Ja,
jeg har hjemmekontor, så da går det greit å sitte i karantene.
Du har varit jury eller domare i svenska SM tidigare?
Ja, i 2017.
Ja, när det var i Lund.
Ja.
Ja.
Det var det.
Ser du, nu har du inte sett alla kategorier än och så, men ser du någon skillnad på hur vi utvecklas? För 2017 så var det ju endast yrkesfotografer som fick tävla. Nu sen förra året så får vem som helst tävla i SM.
Ja.
Kan du se någon skillnad på detta?
Jeg klarer ikke å huske egentlig nå i forhold til hvordan printa var. Det har jo vært flere bilder i dag som har fått mye mindre poeng på grunn av dårlig print. Så om det kanskje det er et tegn på at det er mer amatører som er med. For det at vi vet jo ikke hvem som är fotografen bak bilder.
Nej, ni som jurymedlemmar, som du säger, ni vet inte vem som ligger bakom bilden. Den är helt anonym för er. Och egentligen för de flesta andra så är bilden bara identifierad med ett nummer. Så det finns ingen chans om du inte absolut känner igen bilden från annat som du vet vem det är som är fotografen. Så vad det gäller printarna då, har du några bra råd till de som tittar liksom, när det gäller att lämna in och så?
Altså, siden det her er jo en printkonkurranse, så er det litt det som Jørgen og også Scott snakket om tidligere, at man må dobbeltsjekke. Bruk god tid, bestill print, prøv den på forskjellige papir, sånn at du er sikker på at det som du sender inn til konkurransen er det beste. Og prøv det i godt lys, fordi det er helt annen lys som du ser om du ser den på en vanlig kontorlys, eller om at du i det lyset som vi har här som har nøyaktig, riktig färgtemperatur.
Ja, det är inte bara rätt färgtemperatur här utan också rätt mängd ljus som det rör sig om. Så att man ser en bild, har du till exempel för lite ljus så ser du en bild på ett sätt och för mycket ljus på ett annat sätt. Så det gäller att hitta precis den här balansen för tävling eller för det som vi ser i de här skåpen. Så egentligen borde alla skaffa ett sånt litet skåp hem.
Ja, det är helt sant.
Nej, men man ska vara väldigt noga med ljusmängden och rätt färgtemperatur på ljuset egentligen då.
Absolut.
Och det här med olika pappersytor och så. Det finns ju glossy ser vi inte så mycket av i tävlingen här. Vad tror du är den främsta anledningen till det?
Nej, jag tror att det brukas väldigt lite av professionella fotografer generellt. Det är ofta matt och halvmatt lusterpapir som är väldigt det som är mest vanligt. Så det är nog väldigt det att du får inte fram ordentligt de detaljerna i bildet ordentligt i ett glossy papir.
Nej. Så finns det ett papper som är det bästa för tävling?
Nej, för det kommer väldigt an på bildet och kontrasten i det, fargetonen i det. Sånn att vi har sett exempel på bilder som har blivit presenterat på luster som vi tänkte vi skulle hellre ha sett på ett mattare fine art papir eller och omvänt. Så det är därför det att det är lurt att man printar på flera papir sånt att man ser det bästa papiret för akkurat det bildet.
Det har kommit lite kritik, jag tror inte du har gett kritik, men det har kommit lite kritik kring den här vita kanten som ibland ligger runt om bilden, att man kanske vill se bilden i sin fulla kappa kapacitetsstorlek om man säger så då. Men det är ju också så att när man har gjort sin bild och så kanske den inte riktigt passar i det formatet och man vill inte göra avkall på bildens originalformat när du lämnar in den för en tävling. För om man ska tävla, ultimata är ju att ha en bild i 40-50 då, så du kan täcka ut hela bilden då. Men jag har en bild som är jättebra och så passar den inte riktigt i formatet. Den här vita kanten, hur är det alltid så att man ska föredra och inte ha den, eller kan det tillföra?
Nej, alltså den kan absolut tillföras och den kan också heve ett bilde. Men då må man bruke riktig passepartur. En digital passepartur är inte alltid så komplementär till bildet. Då må det bedre också bruke ett fysisk passepartur. Alltså att få sånn att du får den effekten som en passepartur skal gi. Ikke, altså med digital passepartur så blir det ofte bare en hvit kant rundt bildet. Og da føler man at man ikke har det. Man ser det som man ønsker å se.
Just det. Ja. Toppenbra. Nu ska du få gå in och döma nästa omgång som är barn, tror jag det kan vara, va? Så nästa omgång är barn och vi ser med spänning fram emot att få följa de bilderna. Tack för din tid. Ja.
Tack.
Hej. Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Hello and welcome back to SM Photography 2020. The next category is children, barn, and it's sponsored by our IFO, Lyset i dine bilder, light in your pictures. All the judges for this category is present in the studio, and we are going to judge the first one here, which is called Silent. One more score, please. Thank you. And giving...
Stopp. Jenny?
Ja.
Måste du trycka på exit? Yes. Så gå till barnkategorin. Ask for score.
Enter your scores again then.
Thank you.
Trine, enter. Thank you. 75 is the score for this one. Beautiful traditions around the world. This image gets 80.8. Coming up is my best friend. One more score, please. Getting 78.6. Coming up is Estelle. This image gets 80.4 and is an image we are going to talk about. And Jenny, you get the honors of starting.
This is a fantastic image of a child, and I think the posing is just, she did it to herself, because you can't say to a girl like this doing. Often it's not looking so good. But I think the skin tone is really bad for this image. It's no texture left and it's too bright, so it's very sad for this image. Could be more high in the score, I think, if it's editing a little more with the texture on the skin and more colors. Yep.
I appreciated this a lot because of what you said, Jenny, about the posing and the expression of the child. I can actually say it's okay with me when it's a lighter side, this image. So for me, I'm at 81. I think it's well executed.
Yeah, and I'm actually at 85, and I'm starting to think now that maybe the extra 4 or 5 points is because the girl is so extremely cute. But I don't mind that it's a bit on the light side. I could have given this more points, but it lacks in editing, especially in the skin tones. And there are some mistakes, I think, that needed to be edited out as well.
I agree with my fellow judges. I gave it a 77, and I absolutely adore the posing and the expression of the girl. But it's in post-processing, it's just the skin has no texture, and I would have scored it higher if I'd been a better post-processing. Also, I think it's too much on the bright side. It bothers me. I'd like to see a little darker tone.
Jeg er enig med de andre, men i tillegg så har jeg på en måte vendt seg litt bort fra lyset, så det blir veldig lyst bak i øret og på siden her. eller på siden av ansiktet. Som, det var det første jeg la merke til. Det var liksom at øynene mine ble trekt mot øret. Så hadde bare fått dempa øret litt, så hadde man ikke sett så godt at lyset hadde treffet litt feil.
And rescore. $78.6. Bedtime story. This image gets 81.6, but we have an automatic challenge, which is from Tobias.
Yeah.
So you get to start.
This picture does not work for me. I do not like this red brownish tint that the picture has. Looks dirty and looks like there's a veil over it that makes it it doesn't look finished to me. It looks like something like work in progress. I also think there's a problem with the paper on the print because it gives the skin a really unnatural feel to it. It looks like the skin has paper structure, which makes it weird. And I give it a 67. Yeah, so I do not like this at all. Which I seem to be the only one who doesn't do. Yeah. Convince me otherwise.
Yes.
And Miriam, it's you.
I gave it an 86. I loved it. What took me down was that the darker areas was a little bit too dark. So it does have information, but it's very, very subtle. I did not see what you said about the texture being on the skin, and when I saw that, it just I might be on the high side, but on the other side, I do like the image. I think it's it has a great feel of it. You can tell she's ready for bed and just reading a little bit before, and I actually like the warm tones because it's toward the evening and it's dark and it's just
Okay, Trine?
Jeg har gitt 88, men når jeg får litt tid til å se på det, så ser jeg at det har skjedd en feil langs armen. Der er teksturen på en måte visket, så det blir en kant hele veien. Så jeg tror faktisk at jeg kommer til å gå et par poeng til ned.
No, sorry. No discussion.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I like the brown color, and I now it's changed to Swedish because I heard I can't talk. Jag tycker om den varma bruna tonen om jag skulle haft det som en barnbild själv. Så jag tycker den kan tillföra, men texturen, tyvärr, den drar ner jättemycket på valet av papper i den här bilden. Men annars så tycker jag att den är en väldigt fin barnbild om jag skulle tänka på barnkategorin och ha den på väggen hemma. Så den håller för mig på det sättet.
Yes, I gave this an 88. I like it a lot. I think the brownish tones really goes well with the sort of vintage feeling of the clothing. It brings the story, completes the story for me. And I could have gone higher unless the structure of the paper for the skin tone, for the skin, it gives it too much structure to the skin. So that's me.
Okay. That brings it back to Tobias. You have a chance to remodel if you like.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything more to say about that, but we also discussed earlier the need for the portrait to strengthen the character of the model or the one in the picture. And I mean, this picture kind of tells me that this guy likes books and apples, and I don't know. I don't buy it. I think it's a hard picture. Maybe I've been a bit too easy with the points, but this is not my favorite picture of the competition.
And then a rescore. Which brings it to 80.2. That's still a formal challenge, but we only do this once, so the score stands. How dare you? This image gets 89.8.
So there was no score from Miriam?
No, because she...
Ah, I will see.
Charlie and Simba. This image gets 85.6. Sisters.
80.2. Still young. $77.2. Just the general info, your phone or devices is for reference, meaning you can see the picture on here. Zooming on the phone or any other device is not for you to do. Okay? If you want to study the pictures, they're there. A flower for that. $86 for this picture. Beauty of each. $77.6. And I think we're going to talk about this one. Trine, you get to start.
Ja, jeg har gitt 69, bare snakket mens jeg prater. For meg så det undereksponert i huden, og det veldig forsaturert. Og det synes det en kjedelig komposisjon, og føles ganske tilfeldig og lite etterarbeidet.
Ja, för mig är den typ honorable mention. Jag skulle kunna, för mig skulle den behöva gå närmare henne för att jag tänker på titeln lite mer. Så har ett otroligt vackert ansikte, lite bättre bearbetat och få den här känslan med henne och lövet skulle stärka bilden mycket mer. För jag tycker att det är så underexponerat och allt det röda tar över ner till.
Cute concept. I gave it a 78, but I have to agree with my fellow judges. Nothing to add.
I think this is one of the instances where the name of the picture actually contributes to the picture. The beauty of each, I'm guessing it reflects both on the children and on the leaves. So I kind of like the concept, but I agree with the color, the saturation, and the post-production problems as well.
Miriam?
Yes, I agree with all of my fellow judges. It is the post-production, the color
saturation.
Yes, thank you. That brings it down. Also the foot in the back. It's so beautiful. I mean, you have her hat and dress, and then she got what looks like sneakers on, and you can see them popping out there. So it's I think I gave it 83 still though, because like Tobias said, I think it brings a good story, the beauty of each leaf, the beauty of each child. But I was kind, I feel.
And rescore. $76.4. This next picture has no title. $83.2. William. Two more scores. $80.2. Sorry, the princess on the P. One more. Thank you. 80.6. Off to look for mermaids. Three more scores, please. One more score. 81.8. Bell.
Vad heter det?
Bell. Two more scores. .8.
Kan jeg si noe om det?
Yes, of course.
Jeg synes at det var jeg har gitt 90. Jeg synes at det var et vanvittig nylig innramming og et uttrykk, eller det stoppet skikkelig opp hos meg i hvert fall. Jeg kunne godt tenke meg å høre hva dere har trukket for.
We'll take this as a challenge then.
Det är ett jättestarkt uttryck i bilden tycker jag och fantastiska färger och gråskala, man ser detaljer och så vidare. Jag får en liten onaturlig känsla av hennes typ målade läppar som drar ner den. Den skulle vara mycket, mycket högre poäng för att jag känner att det blir så lite sminkad på barnet. Och sen att det kan vara lite i redigeringen på den ljusa sidan som kan störa i printen lite grann. Men annars så tycker jag att det är ett fantastiskt porträtt.
I gave this an 84. It's a striking portrait. For me, I think it's a bit bottom heavy. I would have liked to see the eyes are almost, I don't know if it's like exactly in the line of the middle, but I would have loved to see the eyes come up composition-wise just a tad, so I had a little bit more underneath her chin. And also the oversaturation of the eyes and the lips brought me down a little bit in the scores.
I gave this a 78. so I was pretty low on the scale. Mostly because I don't like the skin editing of this picture. I think it's a bit messy. I would have liked to see more of her original texture to give her more humanity. And also I don't find the image really sharp anywhere. I think it looks really nice on the digital copy, but the print, her eyebrows, for example, are not sharp. Or there's something wrong with my glasses. But I think a new edit for this picture with a new set of skin would bring it way up for me.
I totally agree with all of you, and also you, Trina, because it is a striking image. You get drawn into her, but it's as the same with the others. It's the skin retouch and the oversaturation, and it's just been over processed in the after mass. What was it? Efter redigeringen. And also, I would Martina, did you say about the cropping?
Yeah, the cropping.
Yeah. It's almost as she's floating in there. She got a little bit more on the bottom side and get a little bit of shoulders or something. It would have strengthened the image for me. So it was an image that gave a very good first impression, but then when we look closer at it, it sadly came down. I would wish to see it better. Do it again.
And taking this as a challenge, Trine, you get a chance to rebuttal.
Nu såg jag också en del ting som jag insåg först, så det var bra.
Rescoring.
Nej, nu tryckte jag fel.
And enter again. This image gets 82.4. Twin sisters. Two more scores. One. Oh. That means 3 judges have excused themselves. We're down to 2, and that brings me in as a judge. So I have to go look. For technical reasons, Jenny, you are going to enter my score, which will be 86. And this brings the picture to 86.3. I am 2, we are 1.
Title.
I am 2, we are 1. Oh, sorry. This picture gets 88.2. It was not me.
No, but it's the pictures.
$85.2. Amelia. $84.8. Sisters. $76.8, but I think we should talk a little about this.
And Trine, you get to start.
Jeg har gitt 70. Da følte jeg at jeg egentlig var litt snill, men på 70, men jeg føler at det er en dårlig komposisjon. Vi har liksom henne der oppe og de to på samme høyde her. At de kunne prøvd å få til en mer spennende komposisjon. Jeg synes det er lite kontakt med de to minste. Jeg synes det er fint lys, og det er vel det jeg synes er fint.
Jenny?
Jag gav den 74, men det finns fler fel i den här bilden. Dels är det kompositionen av flickorna som hade så olika uttryck i ansiktet som känns inklämt med flickan som trycks, liksom den högra flickan som har ett uttryck, den andra flickan vill inte vara med riktigt, så jag får ingen sammanhang i tjejerna. Det är även i redigeringen att jag får att man har tagit bort färgen och gjort en sån desirate på bakgrunden, precis bakom dem som en liten del. Och händerna, poseringen som blir beskurna, det finns ingen värme i syskonbilden. Så det finns mycket att jobba med för fotografen. Men belysningen är bra på den, om man ska tillföra någonting.
Well, it's always difficult to post 3 children. Who does that for a living, we know that. But it's for me, the heavy vignetting is kind of distracting, and also the brightness of the flowers in the hair, the reddish tint to the skin tones, and the positioning of the arms. There is the older girl, the tallest girl, she has her arm very straight down, and it would have really benefited to be bent a little bit, and also not to cut them off at the joint. Maybe this one could have been helped a little bit if you come up just to do like the shoulders. It needs to work a little bit more. I'm sorry, I scored it a 76.
I scored this one an 85 because I was thinking just like Trine, but just in another way. I was thinking so much is right about this picture. It's basically just the posing that is the problem. It's sharp, the light is beautiful. They just need to, this 2 small girls need to be moved around a bit. So everything in this picture works except for the motive. So I thought it's a pretty good picture except for the motive. So, and that's basically what you said as well, but you gave it a low score and I gave it a high score. So, yeah. I might have overdone it, that's what I'm saying.
I agree with all my fellow judges says. It also bothers me that the tall girl has the silver pants or skirt on, and my eyes keep going down there to the highlights of that skirt and the flowers. It's just like we said before, I missed the opportunity because different posing, better tone down the flowers, then it would be a whole lot better.
This can't be the best picture in the from this session.
Probably.
It's not a real challenge, so actually don't get a final comment.
Okay.
You do that if it's a real challenge. Okay. This one was one I asked you to talk, and then everybody get once. So rescore, please.
Nej, den rättar sig på smart.
Rescore again. $74.4. Oops. And Soul Sisters. And we have here an automatic challenge. The image gets 89.4. And the challenging judge is you, Trine?
Ja, jag har gett 100. Jag finner ingenting att räcka. Jag syns det är helt extremt gott genomfört, både med komposition och toner, idé.
Jenny?
Jag gav den 86. Det är en fantastisk bild och som Trine säger, den har inte mycket fel egentligen, men det är någonting som gör i bilden av hennes hand som jag vill ha lite mjukare på katten. Det är bara små detaljer egentligen. Den skulle kunna få lite högre poäng, men lite av det mörka på baksidan man kommer nära, men jag tycker att den är fantastisk på alla ljus och på alla sätt. Och i färgtoner och i detaljerna finns med. Det finns inte så mycket fel i den.
I scored this an 88, and I think I'm going to come up. I think it's an awesome picture. I do agree with you in the hand. That's why it stopped me from getting up there in the excellent category. I do consider coming up a little bit, but there are some liquefying issues that keeps it from being a perfect score, but definitely extremely well executed, and also the presentation, the cropping, the matting, very well done author. My compliments.
Tobias?
Yeah, I agree. It's a really good picture. There are small things, the hand, some hair, things that could be improved, but I was an 88. I'm gonna bring up my score as well.
I agree. I gave it a high merit. I was contemplating with myself if it was going to go up to a distinction, and it was the same as with Martina and Janine. It was the hands that bothered me. I wish I could see a little better placement of the hands, but other than that, I mean, maybe I deducted too much from that. It's a great image. It is. And also the balance between the highlights and the dark background is perfect.
And this being a formal challenge, Trine, you get?
Jag var väldigt glad hvis dere vill gå upp lite.
Then we are rescoring. Sorry?
Then, yeah.
Rescore?
Often when you rescore it, after you dial it in, it goes back to the original, the one you put first.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just...
No, but no. You dial in and then
okay,
as you push submit.
I have asked now everybody to rescore, so enter your numbers.
The number with a check mark after, that's the one you submitted.
Yeah, but when you dial the new one,
Are you...
to submit, and it changes to the one you had before.
Yeah.
It kind of overrates you.
Well, there's some sort of spelling correction.
Yes.
Are you all happy with your scores?
Yes.
This image gets 94.8. Little window shopper.
79.2. Nikki.
Kan jeg trykke på nytt?
Yeah, I just asked for rescore. Three more scores. 2. $77.2. Angels in the Sky. $73.6. Girl in a Stable. $75.2. Little Rascal. 73.6.
Can I say something?
Yes,
just
of course.
A comment. I'm so sorry that this paper choice was made. The dark areas it's just a blotch of gray, and the lighting is quite lovely on his face, but the lower part is just dead, and just once again consider the paper.
And I have just a little comment to the photographer. Be careful with the texture you put in the background, because it's going over the foot. I see the textures don't take away. So it's really nice if you look at the image and don't put it on the skin.
Next picture. Is called In the Forest of Dreams. Two more scores. One. $79.6. Alice is wandering. $71.6. Selma. This picture gets 81.4. The weight of the world. 82.2. That was the last picture for this category. And brings us to a break where we change categories.
Excellent. Yes.
So see you online in a second.
9 seconds.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Då är det dags för en ny kategori och yeah, let's take this in English. Nobody understands Danish in Swedish in Sweden.
At least that's my experience here, that my Danish is not that friendly to you Swedes.
Yeah. So you are the head judge for this competition. You've been there for quite some time, haven't you?
I think it's the 6th time now.
Yeah.
4th time in a row.
Yeah. When was the first time? Do you remember?
2012, I believe.
2012. So why do we hire you for this? What makes you the head judge?
Well, I'm not sure I should be the one answering that question. I do enjoy coming.
Yeah.
Looking at the pictures, the company. This year would be wonderful not to have only the wonderful people that are present, but the big group as we normally do. But that hopefully is a possibility for this event in the future.
Yeah. You have been a photographer for many years yourself?
Yeah, I've run my studio for about 34 years.
Yeah.
Been employed a little before that.
Yeah.
So I guess I've been living of photography for 36 something years, and with photography for maybe 40 years.
And you've been competing yourself as well?
Yeah, I did. I've been a head judge in different places in the last about 10 years.
Yeah.
And that has made me not compete because I don't think it's maybe that smart that the head judge is competing everywhere too. So that's been my point anyway.
Yeah. But outside Sweden, you've been judging all over the world.
Yeah, I've been judging physically and online more or less all the world.
Yeah.
China, that was unfortunately online. Would have been wonderful to go there. France, different places in Europe.
Yeah.
Denmark, of course.
Yeah.
To mention some.
You've been. It was quite some time since you were head judge in Sweden. Have you seen any development in the participating pictures?
Yes, I have. Starting off, it was a pleasure to meet all you guys. We were 2 people judging, and we were struggling because we did see a lot of talent in the room, but we found it difficult to actually place a gold, silver and bronze in all categories. We were forced to by your rules, but it had been our preference not to do so, because at the time we didn't see the quality for that. However, we also saw that there was potential for a much higher quality, and I will have to say that you have proven that several times over the years since, both in your own competition and also, for instance, in World Cup, where Sweden was, I believe, number 4 a few years back, which out of many countries is pretty well good.
So the development is rising all the time. Yeah,
you are growing, and you are still growing.
Oh yeah, that's great to hear.
A pleasure to see.
Yeah. So regarding comparing to earlier years, how do you feel that this competition is, except from that we are doing everything online?
Yeah, but quality is always evolving, and different judges will have slightly different looks, views on pictures. Judging is not an absolute science. If it were, you could as well use a computer program to do it. So there is some kind of reflection in people, in the judges. I think that the judges I have experienced by you is good in the sense that they're all good photographers, but that's not why they're here. They're here because they are also good at assessing different kinds of quality beside their own. And that's what we look for.
We have had a lot of comments about the actual prints, especially this year, I feel. Last year wasn't that much comments about the print. It was some comments, but do you think that we by the time we are getting better, we focus more on the actual vad heter hantverk?
The craft.
Yeah, the craft, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's part of it. Last year there was also a difference in the rules saying that the judges could not score a picture lower than it had in the digital round, which in some instances felt as a limitation for the judges, possibly also for the print quality. Print quality is essential, and you can have a picture that is absolutely stunning when you see it on the screen, and once it's printed badly with wrong paper and a lot of other issues gone wrong, then it should not score as high as it did to get into the printing round.
Yeah.
And possibly since that rule is changed, that we rescore from a clear slate, that makes the debate of print quality much more open and therefore apparent.
Yeah. The changes last year as well was that anybody in Sweden could compete, even if you're a photographer or not. I've asked this question in earlier interview, but what's your point of it?
Well, I think it's fine. As all professionals might not like what I'm saying now, but some of the best photographers I know are not making a living of it.
It is certainly so.
Amateur to me doesn't mean you are not good. It means you do it from love. And I think some of the amateurs are magnificent, amazing photographers that we could all learn from. A professional has another thing on his shoulders, which is that we have to deliver every time. That's what makes us professional. The amateurs can skip one here and there, but we have to deliver every time. Possibly that means that we sometimes go for safety, or at least part of the session we do means we go for safety, so we're sure we can deliver. And there's stunning work from professional photographers too.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
I want to say about print quality, and something I've noticed today is that a lot of the competing photographers probably are not test printing on different kinds of paper. It's costly, I know, but it's also important if you want to compete and your pictures to show off the best possible. And you need to make and build a setup of lighting similar to the one we have out here, because in the lighting we are in here, for instance, pictures look one way, they look different in there, etc., and they are judged in there in that light. So the only real interesting is how do they look in there.
When if you do a test print, could you do it in smaller size?
Sure.
That could do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I've done mainly for my qualifications is that I buy a box of 2 sheets of each test, and then I print the same picture on all of them.
Yeah.
And start looking. That leaves 1 sheet for extra test, Maybe I buy a few boxes and I do this sometimes to understand if I'm actually doing this right.
That's great. Så alla köper ett testpack av sitt favoritmärke och gör printar inför nästa år. Jag själv har fått lite backning på print och sådär på mina egna bilder, så det är någonting jag får ta som lärdom. Nästa kategori är det digital illustration?
Yes.
Ja. Så nästa kategori är digital illustration och ja, thanks for visiting me in my own little box here.
Yeah. Thank you and thank you.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to SM Photography 2020, where we are going to judge now the digital illustration. And thank you to our sponsor, Studio P. The first image coming up is called Postpartum Depression. Yeah, I should explain the category more. Coming right from the studio out there, maybe I forgot. But digital illustration category is defined as a photo that has been heavily post-processed digitally. And note that all photographic elements must have been created by the photographer him herself. Sorry, go ahead. One more score, please. I'm having them now,
Yes, no.
And the average is 82.8.
Wait.
I'm having the scores.
I rest my case.
The average is 82.8. We do have an automatic challenge. And Miriam, you get to start.
Yes, I scored it a 72. At first glance, I was struck by it. I love the idea and the image itself. It speaks very well of the story, but the completion or whatever of the digital work is poor, because you can the puzzle, the bricka, the piece of the baby is not accurate with the one missing, because then you would see parts of her arm in the one left there. So there's a little error there. Also, there are some print issues on the left-hand side of the three. Yeah. So with both the print issues and the error in the piece, it kind of ruined it for me, because I was first, wow, what an image, and then I got up close and I got
disappointed.
Yeah, I see. I can agree with Miriam as well, but I think it's a nice the idea with the image getting more points for me, but I can also see it's something strange with the shadows on the kind of fog, because it's something foggy behind and the shadows is so strong in the fog, so normally it's getting more blurry in that part also. So there's many things that can be better in the editing, and the puzzle bite is not fit, so it could be more high in the plots.
Okay, sorry. I was in the high end here. I scored it a 90. I just was blown away with the concept. I did not even see the pieces. The piece didn't fit, so I can hear you guys about that. I just think it needs to be celebrated for the concept and the tones and things like that. So yeah, I might have been a bit overjoyed, and I'm listening to your arguments, but I think it's a great concept.
Tobias?
I gave this one an 82. I think it's a strong concept. I do not like the damages, of course, to the image on the left side, and I really don't like the hand holding the puzzle, the piece of the puzzle that's missing. But it wasn't a problem for me, for example, that the piece didn't fit the puzzle, because for me it's more conceptual. It's more the idea of the puzzle piece missing than the actual puzzle. It's more of a symbol, so I didn't react to the wonkiness of this. So I think it's a strong picture.
Scott?
At the high end, I was up at 88. I think this should sit in the distinction category. It is such a powerful narrative. A lot of, I've never given birth to a child, obviously, but a lot of my friends feel that it is the last piece of the puzzle to make them complete, and sometimes it isn't the case. And this is a very, very strong image as far as narrative and concept goes. I take the point on board about the right hand. I'm going to be completely honest, I did miss it. And now I've seen it, I can't unsee it. So I will be bringing my score down to reflect that. But I still think it should sit in the merit category.
Thank you. And since this is a formal channel, Miriam, you get a chance to speak.
I listened to you, and I was a bit harsh. I did, but I think it's just because it struck me so like a wow, and then I went up and it's like oh. So, but I listened to you. I will raise my score a little bit to get it up in the merit. Because
sorry.
Yeah, because the story here is the author has managed to tell the story in a good way.
Rescore. And that's the beauty of actually having these talks. You all listened. It's 83.4. Alone with her demons.
Sorry, I still have the previous image on my screen. Thank you.
That's right. Great.
One more score. Thank you. 76.6. Until the end. This image gets 81.6.
Can I say something about this?
Sure.
The reason I gave this picture an 82, I could have easily given it a 92, but there's one thing that bothers me really much in this picture, and that's the crease in front of her body on the dress that springs right out into her arm. That makes her right arm looks really wonky, the one without the owl. And the reason probably why the photography hasn't caught this is that he or she hasn't looked at the picture from different distances or in different sizes. It's really important to look at a picture as a thumbnail as well as to look at it in 100%, because you need to catch all these things, and that's again a missed opportunity. I love this picture.
Thank you. Next picture. It's called Werewolves.
One score. No, I just need to redo my score. I didn't
Okay.
do it wrong. Thank you.
Everybody enters scores again. Jenny, you need to enter.
Yeah.
Thank God. 78.6. Spread your wings. Picture gets 80. Traveling girls. Image gets 80.8.
Right? Oh, Ice Princess. Did you say it? Did you say it?
I don't think you. I think you forgot to tell
The title.
the title.
Ice Princess.
Yeah. You didn't say it.
I didn't.
You thought it.
I thought I said it. So just said it without sound. This image gets 77.2 and we will talk about it, starting with Martina.
Okay, I'm in the low end. I give this a 74. I think there is, it's quite a fun concept. It's a cute idea. There are highlight issues for me. The big rose to the left is extremely bright and it pulls my eye to it. Also, there is some brightness in the ice cube on the right that brings my eyes to it. And I am not too happy about the darker pinkish frame. So the presentation for me is also a bit distracting from the image. The placement of the flowers closest to the bottom of the or way bottom of the image is could have been taken away because they also distract away from me. So cute concept for me, it just didn't make it all the way.
Yeah, I agree. Cute concept. It's nice to bring big things into a small world and vice versa. But it has issues both with the exposure and also with the saturation and the skin tones. So I wish I could have given it more points. I gave it 77. So basically what it got in average.
I was at the high end here at 83. I agree with what the others say, and I think it's a very cute image. And looking at the digital composition, it's that digital, work. It's very nicely done, but the other issues that the others have pointed out is also part of why I deducted like I did.
I give it 74, and it's lots of issues I see also. I agree with Martina and Tobias also. It's so many things you can do better because she's like melting in the image, and I want to. It's a good concept. So the idea is very nice and good, and it can be so much better in many ways. So I agree with others.
Scott?
I agree with my fellow judges. I was at 78, so I think I was smack bang in the middle of the scoring. Apart from what they've all said, what let it down for me was where the feet have been cut out. It looks a little bit too sharp. So I would feather the image a little bit more to make it look more natural and less like a cutout.
And we get to rescore.
It changed. It overruled me.
Rescoring again, please. This image gets 76.4. Speak now or forever keep your silence.
Can I have a refresh, please, on my browser?
Sorry.
Thank you.
This image scores an even 84, which concludes the digital illustration category. So we will have a category change and be back online shortly.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to SM Photography 2020, where we are going to judge now the wedding category. Thank you to the category sponsor of Capture One. The wedding category is defined as images, photos taken at an actual wedding. That means no model pictures unless the models are getting married to each other on that day. Models do get married, but not twice a year, normally at least. So, welcome to the wedding category, and we start off with an image called Are We Married Now?
This image gets 78.4. A new chapter. Two more scores. Thank you. 81.4. Tidløs. Tidløs. Yeah, well,
Can I have a refresh, please?
Refresh? Yes, sorry. Scott, the title of this picture is in English, in Swedish, and you should probably know what it means. It means timeless.
Okay, thank you.
If that means you want to do a rescore, just ask for it.
No, it's fine, thank you.
Okay. The score of this image is 77.2. When nothing else exists,
Okay.
thank you. Average is 76.6. Coming up is Tears of Love. $75.2. Pool of Love.
have a refresh, please?
Yes, sorry. .4. Image is called Friendship. .4. Remember, judges, you can call a talk anytime. You can request a debate anytime or a talk. Finally, the name. This image gets 72.6, and I think we will talk about it. And Miriam, you get the honor of starting.
Yes, I gave it a 69. I think there's too many disturbing elements in this picture. It says finally. And that makes me think of, okay, finally a unit, but there's nothing in this picture that speaks a unit. They are standing almost back to back. You got that window on the right hand side that it's disturbing, and also the veil on the left hand side, that my eyes just keeps going to those bright spots. And also the veil is, I don't know what they did. It looks like it's added in post-production, or if they removed someone holding it up. There's something odd going on there. So it's the tonality of the black and white is pretty, but I don't think it's competition quality. Acceptable to, yeah.
Yeah, I give it a 72. Because I feel they're more separated. I don't know, are they finally going from each other? Because I don't feel they're going to each other. I don't feel the warm love I want to see in the wedding image, get married in the church. And I the slöja. What's it called? Yeah, it's something weird with that because you can see this little blurry and something is missing, and you can also see it's two bright parts of the altar, or what do you call it? Altar, yeah. And it's so many disturbing things. I want to see more love in the image. Yeah.
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Oh, me neither. I agree with the judges.
Scott?
I think this could have been really nice. I think the location the author has picked is great. I just think it's been poorly handled. The dress looked messy. My attention, agree with my fellow judges, goes straight to the veil. And unfortunately, he just looked bored. I think it would have been a better image without the groom. And I think a more refined pose of the bride and her dress and the veil and better control of the light would have scored this image higher.
Thank you. And we do a rescore. $70.4. Next image is Majestic. We have an automatic challenge for this picture. The average is 75.8. And with a score of 65, Miriam, you are the challenging judge.
I am, and I kind of did it to get the challenge. It's called Majestic, and yes, the scenery is majestic, but this is a wedding category, and first of all, the couple disappears in the photo. You have to look for them in order to find out where they are. Also, well, the sky on the top looks all blown out. I keep going up there, and if you look closely, you can see that their faces aren't sharp. The ice coming down in the back is much sharper than their faces. So I feel they're disappearing in the picture, and they're not even focused.
Jenny?
I agree with Miriam. It's many things, and my eyes also look at the top. And if the photographer had been more down to be so the couple can be more majestic. What do you say, majestic? And I can't see them either. So and the sharpness of the couple. Yeah.
I was at 77. I hear you guys, and I think that a different crop and handling the colors a bit more. The blue eyes on both sides distract me a lot from the brightness in the middle and the top, of course. So another crop could probably have brought us in. But then, of course, the focus. I didn't see that the first time I went up there. But now when I went up the second time, I do notice what you said, Miriam, that the eyes behind them are sharp, and they are not. And that's unfortunate.
I also missed the focus, the lack of focus on the couple. So I need to turn my numbers down a bit. otherwise, I kind of like this image. I think it feels a bit majestic. I really want a different crop, a much tighter crop from it. But it has really good potential, this picture. That's why I gave it an 83.
Oh.
So, but then again, I missed the focus issues.
And Scott?
I was at 77. The reason I was at 77, I think the author has done a fantastic job on finding a location, but it's another missed opportunity. That I think the posing is flat. The blue magenta cast on the ice either side is very distracting. I can't see the focus issue on my screen here, but if my fellow judges tell me that it's missed focus, then I should be adjusting my score.
And this is official challenge, Miriam, so you actually get a chance to.
Well, I just think we have to remind that this is a competition. We're supposed to find the best of the best, and it's a wedding category. This looks more like a nature picture, and happens to be a couple in it. So yes, like Scott said, Tobias, a missed opportunity, definitely, because this could have been done magnificent. It could have been done majestic, done right.
Rescoring, please. This image now gets 70.8. Walking in the fields of barley. '81. After rain comes sunshine. Image gets 76.6.
Can I have a comment?
Yes.
I think the title, if it had been rain and it can be some more wet in the picture, and I see the light and the sunshine, it would be much better for the image.
Hungry sheep.
72.8. Finally, she said yes. Three more scores, please. .6. Between heaven and earth. .8. Free like a bird. .77. The groom and his friends. Score of this image is 74. And I think we will have a talk. And Martina, you get the honors.
All right. I had this at 78. I like the mood of these guys. I think it's a cool groomsmen shots. There are just some discoloration that brings me down a little bit. The print, a bit of color cast. That could have been changed, skin colors, but I think it's a nice image. It's not a major impact, so I kept it at, I think it's Mary, right? No, honorable mention. I'm sorry, honorable mention. I think it's well deserved there, right in that area.
I gave this one 77 for basically the same reason. It's a fun picture. It's a feel-good picture, but it needs some cleaning up and some color correction to make it where it needs to be to get more than an honorable mention.
I agree with Martina and Tobias, but I have been a little bit more strict. I gave it a 72. I wish I'd seen it on a better print. The print has some lackings. The background is sharper than some of the persons. So the sharpness of the picture is not under control, and I think it's under competition quality. I like the image. It's a nice picture of the groom and his groomsmen, but not competition good.
Jenny?
Yeah, I agree with every one of you, and for me I say 74 under competition quality, because I see lots of issues, and the title is one of them, because I don't see the groom, because it's many guys on the pictures doing it's in the very good mood maybe, but I want to see the groom with his friends in somehow. It says like that, huh? Yeah, the friends. So in some more warm feeling with the groom, and the line from the stairs going like down, it can be better cropping, and and the background with the sky could be a little more darker, and it's lots to do with it. It's just a shot for me. Yeah.
70 to 75 is defined as acceptable quality.
Acceptable, okay, not under, no.
No.
Acceptable, of course.
Scott?
I was even more harsh, I'm afraid. I was down at 69 for this image. As my judges have said, I'm not too sure which one the groom is. I assume it's the gentleman in the middle holding the glass, but if it was the groom and his friends, I think there needs to be more impact on the groom, and have him and then his friends. It's all a little bit, I think it's a bit messy. The gentleman on the right hand side that looks strangely like I do with the same hair, there's some darkening issues around his face, and I wish that the author had stood straighter onto the camera, because where everything is leaning, nothing is straight, and it's just making me fall off the image a little bit more. I agree with the color tone, it needs to be warmer. There's some issues in the darks as well. I think this could have been really, really, really well done. But again, it's an opportunity missed, I'm afraid.
Thank you, and we'll do a rescore. Image gets 71.6. Love from above. This image gets 75. Hunky. And 2 more scores. Thank you. This image gets 75.6, but we have an automatic challenge from you, Jenny.
Yeah, I give it an 8.8, but I see lots of problem with it because I think about in the beginning from 100, it's very well composed, and the skin tone is warm, and I think the cropping is nice, and the skin. But I see some problem with the skin. It's crackling something in the dark parts, so we take it down, and also behind. So it's a problem with the editing things. But I could get it more high because I think it's lots of areas you can see. All colors and shadows, and I like it.
Martina?
I was at the low end. I give this a 74. There is so much editing issues for me, and also the crop. I do not. I mean, I have to say something that I think it has a cool expression. He is hunky, so good title for that. But what takes it down for me is that bright line in front of him, if it's a window, part of a window, or the bright green line. I would have liked to be without it, and also, of course, the crackling of the colors. It's not up to a higher standard than where I'm at, I think.
Yeah, I was at 69. I think the best thing about this picture is, of course, the hunky guy, but also the light. It hits his face really beautifully, but it has a lot of technical issues, I think, both with sharpness and with the, again, crackling of the colors, especially on the door behind him. It needs more work to be up to competition standard.
I agree with Tobias, and I was contemplating if I'm going to go under or over the competition quality, and so I went for even 70. The light is beautiful, but apart from that, he is hunky. But apart from that, there's so much distractions. There's the print. I don't know if it's a print or if it's in the original file also, but you can see that the colors are bleeding in the back. Also, I feel like it's tilting a little bit to the left. They're not straight lines. I would like to see it like 1 degree or something straightened up. I think maybe a tighter crop where he would be in the door frame. Just take away the wallpaper in the back, take away that window to the left, and just frame him in the door. That would be a much better composition.
Scott?
I agree with my fellow judges. I was at 77. The light, as agreed, is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And I too think he's quite hunky. I would have liked to have seen the crop a little bit more in from the left-hand side as well as the top, but also he seems very flat-footed in the pose. I think a more refined pose to lean the weight to one side or lean into the light a little bit more would have really helped elevate this up into the merit category for me. I'm fairly comfortable with my score, but I am listening to go up to the next category.
And since this is a formal challenge, Jenny, you get...
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I can see that issues too, but I still love the color in it and the cropping, but little more crop and it's getting my points. Yeah.
And rescoring, please. This image goes for an even 75. Autumn wedding. $72.4, and I think someone is asking for a debate. Miriam, that was you.
Yes, I was just looking at the instructions, and for it to come over 70, it has to be acceptable competition quality. And it's a beautiful image. The colors, it's a beautiful nature landscape image. But like the one earlier, the couple is not sharp. You can see that the house behind the groom is sharper than the faces of the bride and groom. And I think that is under competition quality. Beautiful image, beautiful, the composition and anything, but it's just, when you're gonna enter an image for a competition, do have your subjects in focus, not the house in the background and the trees in the background. And that's pretty far away also. It's not right behind them. So sorry, I think it falls under competition quality.
Yeah, I have that image for 75, but I can see what you see in the sharpness there and take it down. But also the face, when you go closer, it's issue with the photographer had tried to light them up or something, but not all of the face, so it's dark spots and it's not little messy in the face also, so it can be better work with the face so you can see the couple more and maybe it's getting bigger in the image so you can see the couple more, because it's a landscape picture, and if it's a landscape picture in that it have a bit more beautiful around also. Yeah.
Martina?
I'm sorry, I have anything to add right now.
Okay.
No, me neither. I totally agree with the judges. I give it a 70. I thought I'd give it that extra point to make it acceptable, but they're not sharp. So.
Okay, Scott?
Yeah, I was at 73 for the reason where it's a nice saleable image, but if my judges tell me that it's not sharp, then I will reduce my score.
And we rescore. This image goes to 69. Drama and graphic revelation.
How are the highlights on the front of the dress? How are the highlights on the front of the dress, please?
They are there. It is
Thank you.
on the edge, but it's there.
Thank you.
This image gets an even 85. Hard. This image gets 75.8. Yes, I'm marrying my best friend. $71.4. Wailed.
76.8. Happiness. This image gets 76.2 and is bordering an automatic challenge from Miriam.
And like we've been talking before, it's a missed moment. Because in the moment, I love the moment, I love the joy in it, but it's been ruined in post-processing. I can see that, you know, the girls in the back they're not in focus, and it looks like they try to add sharpness to it. So again, it's a beautiful moment, but I feel it's under competition quality, because it's just it wasn't right. So you can see it in the colors and the sharpness, and yeah. Sorry.
Jenny?
Yep, I can agree with Miriam about that one, but that I like with this image, I gave it a 78, and I like the composition of the image and the color tone and the happiness of it. So I love the image of a wedding, of a happy wedding, and I love the girls, how they are standing, how the photographer had get them there, or maybe they're standing there around. So I give it higher because of that. And it's many issues with the editing, and if everything Miriam say, it could be more high. So I think it's worth more than acceptable.
I scored this at a 78 for the impact, for the fun of it, for the good titles saying happiness, for the lines coming through, the play with the blue and the pink. There is so much on the good side that it weighs over the bad points for me. Yes, I see the issues with the editing, and that's why I didn't go higher. But I definitely think that this is should be awarded for the composition and the impact.
Tobias?
Yeah, I gave it 77. I think it definitely has editing problems, and for me it also feels a bit like a stock image. Like it feels a bit fake, which is sad, kind of. But it still has some fun to it and some happiness, and it makes me smile to look at the picture, and I think that's a good thing. So, but 77, I feel fairly confident.
Scott, please.
Yeah, I think I was a little high, to be honest, on this. I was at 81. The more I look at it, I have overscored it. I think it's a great fun image. I think you can tell how much fun they're about to have on their wedding day. But when you look at the lower third of the image, it looks like it's either been incredibly over-sharpened, or there's just so much digital noise there, it's taken away from everything on the top 2/3. And for the author to do all the hard work, I'm drawn to the yellow pages in the bookshelf behind on the bottom left. So I'll come down into the honourable mention, but that's where I'm at.
And asking for rescore.
Mine didn't change.
$75.8. The old monastery garden. This image scores an average of 80.2. And before the next pictures, maybe I should explain for the audience why we have so different numbers in the categories. And that is, the rule says that at least the top 10 pictures in each category from the digital round goes into the print final. In some cases that means that around number 10 there is so many pictures very close in scores that it wouldn't really be fair to cut exactly at 10. And therefore we have looked and decided where is the fair cut, which in some cases, like this category, gives us 32 images, 33 images, and in another category, the next one, for instance, gives us 15 images. We're trying to be most fair to the participating photographers. And now you can put up that picture, which is called Enjoying the Wedding Through Their Cameras. And we have an automatic challenge for this picture, getting an average of 77.4. You know who you are, Miriam?
This time I went the other way though.
You did.
I love this image. Absolutely loved it because I think it reflects the reality that a lot of couples experience. People don't enjoy the moment anymore. They're not there. They're through their mobile phone, through their camera, through. I mean, you can see the couple are having their little dance, and instead of the guests looking at them and taking in, they're all got either filming it, taking a picture, or looking at their phone to do it. And I like the print and the tonality in the pictures. I think it's well handled. I love it, and also because it reflects a reality that sadly is true.
Yeah, I agree with Miriam. That's why I like the image, but I can also think it can be better. And it's the faces of the couple. I think they are unsharp and a little moody on the face, and the gray tone on the dress is too also like not so much shadows. Is little I don't know what to call it. And I know the fog. I can see in the background. It disturbs me the lines. Because in this category you can do more Photoshop work, so you can put it down a little more, so that you can see the guest a little more. Because I really love the impact of it, because it's reflect the life right now.
I was at a 79, and I think I can come up. I think I was a bit harsh on this one. I do appreciate the story of this. It's a great story. I agree with you, Jenny, that I think the dress has been taken down too much, and I cannot stop looking at the line that goes straight down on her head. That for me, I keep looking at that, and it's like you said, in Photoshop we can clean up this a little bit. But I think I was way too harsh, and I'm listening to the rest of you guys.
Tobias?
I think the contents of this picture is fantastic, and the execution is not. It needs work, absolutely, especially with the faces of the bride and groom. I think the bride is very dark in the face, for example, and her dress is too dark, and it's messy. It needs a good cleaning in Photoshop before it's, for me, more than acceptable.
Scott?
Yeah, I quite like it. I like the narrative of it, and I think it's a good use of title. I just think it's been overworked across the board. I agree with the dress. It looks a little bit too grey, where they have tried to recover the highlights, as well as also the two people on the right-hand side. Their face, is unnaturally bright. I think that's been worked too much in the post-production, as well as the lady on the left with the glasses looking down. It just needs more refinement in the edit overall, and I'd have gone higher, but I'll come up a couple of points.
May I come?
Yes, of course.
I also saw that the couple here is not in focus, but it's not about them either. This picture is about the guests. So that's why they are in focus, because they are the one enjoying through their cameras. So the couple is merely up in the foreground here. So, but I agree with there's some cleaning up to do, but I still feel like it deserves at least a distinction.
And with that, we ask for a rescore.
Sorry, mine didn't change.
You try again. Rescore. Jenny?
Okay.
81. Waiting for our boat.
76.8. Sparkling Love. .4. I see me in you. .79. The love I have for you. .77.4, and this concludes the wedding category. So we'll do a small break and be back with Creative Portrait.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.
Welcome back to SM Photography 2020 with the category of Creative Portrait. Category sponsor for this is Lundeby, as you can see behind me. The Creative Portrait category is described as portraits where styling, creative photo processing is encouraged and is an essential part of the final photograph. The photo should have contain one or more living creatures. So here the
play with the elements, so to speak, is essential for it to be a so-called creative portrait. Where in the classic category we judged before or earlier today, it was the emphasis of personality. Here is the emphasis on the creative photo technique, post-processing, etc. Okay? And first picture coming up is Peekapoo. Trainer, you need to refresh. This image scores 85.2. Young Fispo. This image scores 82.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Just a comment. I think this image was very enjoyable and great expression, and the print quality of the subject is quite lovely, and then the background is messed up. So just a reminder to look at the whole image when you print to make sure that it doesn't lose quality in the background. This one got a decent score because of the greatness of the object, but it was borderline taking it down further because of the background. So just a caution there.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you. Summer Breeze.
74.8. Thinking inside the box.
Kan jeg score om igjen?
Yeah, I just ask for rescore for everybody. Yes? Everybody enter again?
Nei, den gikk ikke gjennom.
I got a score from you.
Ja, men det ble den gamle.
Rescoring again. It's still the same score from you.
Ja, nå ble det riktig her.
Come show me. Okay. Thank you. This score has an average of 91.4. Young Rapunzel.
Jörgen?
I need to find the image here. This image gets a score of 82.2, which actually gives us an automatic challenge. And Miriam, you're challenging.
Yeah, I actually scored it in a high distinction. I gave it 94. I think it's beautiful. A little bit on the orange side, but aside from that, I love the tonality of the darks and the highlights and the processing of her skin. I think it's beautiful.
I don't have much to deduct from it. Other than it might be a little bit on the orange side.
But since this was a challenge, we go around. So next is...
Right. I think I was a bit harsh here. I was at a 79. And do enjoy the image a lot. For me, there are skin issues. There's a bluish tint on the arm. I think the red is overpowering on her hair, which makes me sad because I think it's an adorable image. Also, there are speckles throughout the image. I don't know if it's the texture that's added, but there are white speckles in the image that stops me from going higher.
And I was even less generous with my points. I gave this a 77. I really like the light in her face, but I think that her arm loses the light totally and it all becomes a orange blur. I also don't like the speckles, and I don't like the choice of paper, which gives her a weird skin crackling of the face. So I think it's worth an honorable mention, but I don't think it's much better than that.
Lina?
Jeg ga det 79. Det som jeg trakk mest for var de her teksturen som ligger over, som jeg synes trakk ned mye, og at det ble litt rotete med hvordan de har posert hendene hennes. Jeg føler at jeg egentlig ga det litt høyt når jeg ga 79.
We are going back to Miriam. The observant people in the audience would notice that we are missing one judge in going through, and that's because one judge has excused herself, which is fair enough. So we go for a possible rebuttal from Miriam. If you have something to add, since you challenge.
I'll take the other judges into consideration, but I still think it's a little bit harsh to deduct that much from. Yeah, I think it's beautiful, and it's also a very creative, well done portrait.
We score.
Den hopper tilbake hos meg, men jeg vet ikke hva du...
Det gjorde den her også.
Ja.
I will ask for the rescore again. Everybody happy with the score?
Yeah.
Thank you. Which brings us to 82.2.
Yeah, good.
Feel the butterflies. We are getting an average of 83.2. However, we have an automatic challenge from Tobias. So you get to start.
Yeah. Except for the fact that I think this image is a little bit on the dark side in her hair, for example. I'm having real problems finding things I don't like about this picture. It's everything is where it needs to be. So I really like this one. It's weird and it's creative and it's a portrait, which is what we're doing right now.
And you scored it?
I scored it 95.
Jeg ga det 82. Det som jeg har problemer med det bildet er at det er så todelt som det er. Jeg skulle ønske det var noe som vippet det tilbake på den andre siden. Så det har vært veldig interessant å høre hva dere tenker om det, og hvorfor dere eventuelt liker at det er liksom mørkt på ene siden. For meg så tipper bildet veldig.
I agree with Trina, and I gave it an 80. I love the idea, and it's like Tobias. I like the picture, but it's too dark on the left hand side, and it's like too dark. Also, her bottom hand is kind of floating. I wish that there could be some kind of connection between that hand and the other, so that it doesn't feel like there's someone else's hand coming out of there or something. So it's yes, I don't know what else to add to it.
Ja, jag tar det på svenska. Jag håller med Trine att den är övervägd till högra sidan. Men det jag upplever också med handen nere som flyter, det är också att jag skulle vilja se mer linjer i hela. Så den kunde bli helt fantastisk. Att det går som en linje genom kroppen, händerna. Att ta fram mer liksom, arm eller vad som helst. Och sen när jag går nära så tycker jag att handen är... Liksom, det blurrar mer mot fjärilarna så att det inte stämmer liksom, i kontrast och liquify. Den känns lite plastig i handen så att mot lite av fjärilarna, så jag skulle vilja haft lite mer vad ska man säga, djup i det hela och
I scored this an 80, and I think it's a great, the graphic feel to it. It's really cool. I have to agree with Miriam and my judges over here that it's a bit heavy on the dark side. It's just it took me down. I can see that I might come up a little bit because of the idea and the creativity. I'm missing the lines. I'm missing some details, and it's hard. It's a hard one. It's cool and it's got problems, so it's a challenge.
And since this is a formal challenge, Tobias, you get a chance.
Yeah, I still like it. I of course hear my fellow judges what you're saying. Maybe it would benefit from a crop, so that the dark side, the one that you don't have details in, would just not be there, but you would have more black on the light side, if you understand what I'm saying. But it's pretty much still the same picture, just with a different crop. So I may have gone a little overboard with my points, but it's a really good image.
Thank you, and we go for rescoring. Which brings the image to 84.2. And again, it showed that you actually listen to each other, which is a quality I like.
Fierce ballerina.
What was the title again?
Oh, sorry. There we are. This image scores 74.3. Through the looking glass. $85.6. Comment.
What a adorable image, and it's so much fun, and I love the cartoonishness of it. Just please watch the skin tones in print. It's a red cast, purple, not purple, but magenta red. So, but at that I could have gone higher. So, but it's just lovely. Good job.
Next image will be Waiting for Mr. Right. 81. My own bouquet of flowers. One more score, please. Thank you. 81.4. Gowl girl.
What does gal mean?
I don't know.
Anybody?
Gold, it's like a spooky kind
Gold.
of.
Okay.
Ghoul. Walnut. Ja.
I need one more score. Which gives this image an average of 83.2 and an automatic challenge. We will have Trine start. 83.5, sorry.
Jeg har gitt det 95. Jeg likte det kjempegodt. Jeg finner en ting som jeg synes som jeg trakk litt for, og det er den flekken som er på hennes høyre side. Ellers synes jeg det var nytenk. Jeg har aldri sett noe lignende. Jeg synes det var nydelig med den her ovalen rundt. Jeg likte alt egentlig med bildet.
I agree with Trina, and I was maybe a little harsh. I gave it 82, but it was also the spot. But also it seems like the darkness, right in her belt there. It seemed to me as it was like growing in. So there's some details lost there, but it is definitely a new, different portrait. Very creative. So I can raise my score.
Yes, I was probably a little bit on the low end because I do enjoy the concept and it's a creative portrait and it's new and different and dark and cool. There are issues for me in the technical aspect. Did I mention I gave an 80? I said that, right? Okay. The dark spot on the background. There are speckles once again in the print, and the print is for me the paper choice does not do this one a favor, which makes me sad because it is a great image. Thank you.
Yeah, I was even lower. I was at 77, which I really don't want to be because I love this picture. What ruined it for me was the print, all the speckles, and I could not hang this picture on my wall because it's so much going on the print. So someone should have taken more care of the print before they sent it here, and that takes the grade down for me a lot because I think it's an awesome idea, and I think the post-production is well executed as well. So I think it's really cool, but I think it's just worth an honorable mention, actually.
Being a formal challenge, you have a word?
Jeg er litt uenig. Jeg synes at papirvalget her løfter bildet. Og de her små ødelagt, eller merkene i bakgrunnen, jeg synes det bare er med og fremhever det litt skumle med henne. Så for meg så er det kun egentlig den flekken som trekker ned.
And rescoring, please.
No, didn't want to.
Rescoring again then. And you listen to each other again. This time it goes to 87 and 0.2. The next image has no title.
Kan jeg utfordre litt?
$79.6.
Kan jeg si en ting om den, bare som en kommentar?
Yes.
Jeg likte det bildet grafisk kjempegodt, men for meg så hadde det løftet seg hvis det var sendt inn i fine art, og ikke i portrett. I hvert fall synes jeg at det var mer fine art over det. Og da hadde det vært lettere å se bort ifra litt sånn dårlige tegninger på skjorta og litt andre ting.
Ja.
Thank you. Next picture is Pinocchio.
77.8. Never underestimate girl power. Seventy-seven and a half.
Vi må nesten si noe om det. Må vi ikke?
Hva?
For det er et helt fantastisk bilde. Jeg nesten så har lyst til å begynne å grine, altså, for det er så bra bilde, men printen er totalt ødelagt. Det er printen som drar hele bildet ned.
Det er så synd.
Og så er det for, altså det ser du også på her, at det hakker for mye oransje. Som på en måte plager meg litt. Men utenom det så...
Ja, for hadde det vært en bra print, så hadde det gått kjempehøyt.
Ja, det hadde det.
Jättestark bild.
Thank you. Next picture. In a purple world. Martina, you need to refresh.
Oh, sorry.
Jörgen.
Two more scores.
Jörgen.
Again? Okay. This image scores 81, which concludes this category and the online judging. As a finishing remark from me, I would like to say that some of you might have been writing down the scores back at home and think you figured out who got silver, gold and bronze in each category. To you, I can tell you, you might be wrong, because judges and I will be going into a closed session where we will review all the top images and decide if the scores for the top images are right or wrong, and we will find out which is gold, silver and bronze. Thank you for joining us today, and hope to see some of you some more.
Sändningen i SM sponsras och genomförs av Studio Pi Film och Foto som har distansworkshops med live-feedback på inlämningsuppgifter, printservice för fotografer och livestreamingtjänster. Gå in på studiopi.se för mer info.